Women without strong emotional bonds with their father are more likely to mistake lust for love, especially when the sex is good. He hit that spot, booyah, I love you. No, you don't. You in lust, but you don't know what love is. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Okay? That lightning strike, boom! I love you, boo. Because if I'm in love with you, I know you. I know you ain't going no damn where. This lightning rod, you ain't leaving me. You could think, but then y'all get intimate, now you can't think no more. Be honest with yourself, black woman. Yesterday you knew you should have left him alone. But last night, y'all crossed that line. And he hit you with a lightning bolt. Boom! Now you can't see straight no more. And then your girlfriends are like, what you think? When you gonna call it off? When you gonna let him know you don't want to be bothered? Well, I've been thinking, everybody deserves a second chance. Boom! He hit that spot, booyah, I love you. No, you don't. That lightning strike, boom! I love you, boo. This lightning rod, you ain't leaving me. And he hit you with a lightning bolt. Boom! Boom! Booyah! Boom! Booyah! Boom! Boom! Booyah! Boom! 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 Booyah! Booyah! Booyah!
All right, everyone, thanks so much for tuning on in. That's y'all's principle, not mine. Thank you so much for coming on in here to Cookie Crush Chat. We got quite a bit to get into. Let's go. Cookie Crush Chat's undefeated.
FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. It's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG it's coming. 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 Oh, it's coming. FDMG is coming. FDMG is coming. Thought his personality be twerking. It's twerking.
All right. When the saga continues. Yeah, I'm upstairs today. I'm gonna have to be adjusting stuff just a little bit. The lighting too. The lighting actually looks okay. How's the lighting in here? Everything okay? Let me know. The audio should be fine too. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. I appreciate y'all's presence. Today we're going to be getting into. I'll watch these next week, but I'm wearing them all week. Africa. Okay. Today we're going to be getting into Umar Johnson's most recent interview, and it was on Father David's radio show / podcast. There is a poll question, and during this live stream, I want to bring up this issue of time. We're not getting any younger. Okay, I'm getting older. I know that for sure. Much time has passed, even since Umar started this school scam. A lot of people think that it started in 2019. That's when all this began. No, that's when he acquired these abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware. 2014, he was raising money for the St. Paul's school scam, and then he had other scams after the St. Paul's school scam, including in Chicago. He had one in Florida. He had one in Atlanta. He had one in California. He had one in New York. I can't remember which borough it was. All around the country. He's run school scams because he would go to different states. And while he was there, he would tell people that he's looking for a school there. He had no intention. He wasn't looking for no school. I'm saying legitimately, he wasn't looking for a school. So that's another scam. That's another scam. By the way, let me know how the audio is as well. Okay, because I'm hearing a little bit of echo because I'm up against this wall up over here. Let me know inside the chat room. So 2014, but between 2014 and 2019, he had many different scams running in different states. But then what my research shows is that in 2014, he made the announcement that the school was going to open September 11th, 2013. And that date came and went. And he's been changing the grand opening dates ever since. from 2013. He made that initial statement in 2014. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I found in my research, because I'm in 2013, I'm in 2013 in the documentary, in the timeline, and I found a video that I would say 99.9% of people have not seen, where Umar gives another grand opening date that I didn't know about. So altogether, he's given over, at least, I should say it this way, at least 31 different grand opening dates. What I'm thinking of doing is doing a video for members, because it correlates to the documentary. Because I just found that the other day, and I'll break that down and upload that for members only. Here's the receipt too, by the way, where Umar made. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong folder. I'm in 2014. We got to go to 2010. That's when he posted this right here. And here it is. I've shown it. I won't read it. I just want to give the reference here. And you can see down at the bottom, grand opening September 11, 2013. He posted this back in 2010. So this is a long time. We're talking 16 years from the moment that he posted this. And in my research, I thought that this was when it started, but no, this is not where it starts. Umar Johnson, and I have the video where he talks about how he conceptualized FDMG, when he conceptualized FDMG. This goes back to, he says 2005, then he says before that. Okay, that would be 2004. From 2004, we're talking, my goodness, is that right? Yeah, 22 years. He's been at this. He was in his late 20s when he conceptualized this. He's 51 now. Think about that. So the poll question that I have here today, make sure you get your vote in. What is a reasonable amount of time for Umar Johnson to open up a fully functional school? What do you guys think would be a reasonable amount of time? I want to give Umar some grace, and I'm going to start from 2010 as being, because that's when he made the announcement that the school's going to open September 11, 2013. So I'm saying from 2010 to 2026, that's 15 years right there. And really, from the time that he posted that, it's actually 16 years and 5 months. So the options here is 1 to 5 years is a reasonable amount of time for Umar Johnson to open up a fully functional school. Another option is 6 to 10 years. Another option is 11 to 15 years. And then the final option there is 16 years or more, because that's really where we're at now. What do you guys think is a reasonable amount of time? Now, people can argue different things. They can say, well, Umar didn't have money to open up a school back in 2010. Okay, that's not other people's problem. That's Umar's problem. If you ain't got no money to open up a school, why are you telling people that the school's going to open September 11, 2013? The critical question is, by now, has Umar Johnson had enough money to open up a school? And the answer is absolutely. He's got to be close to, I'll say a little bit more, a little bit less, in and around $3 million right now. He was at $1 million in 2016. That's that's a decade ago. A decade more of collecting money. He should be around $3 million at this point. Now, that's after he started raising money for the St. Paul's College in 2014. So roughly about 2 years, maybe 2.5 years, we want to give him some grace of raising money. He was already at $1 million. Okay. And then from 2014 to now, altogether, it was 12 years. So for all those other years, he's raised money. We can't say at this point that he didn't have enough money to do it. Okay. I want to break one other thing down and we're going to get to the video. Another way of looking at this is that Umar, he stated that land was donated to him in 2012, and that this land was in San Bernardino, California, which is outside of Los Angeles. Let me provide the receipt right here. And this is in 2012. So when Umar says things like, I started receiving donations in 2014, that's not true, because he posted that he received donations in the form of land in San Bernardino, California. He also stated that he had received donations in the form of land in Philadelphia. This is a little bit later. And then he also stated that he had land donated to him in Ghana. Okay, but here's the receipt right here. This is from December 24th of 2012. He said, and I'm going to skip through all this just to save some time. I'm going to scroll down. Do you see the picture here? Looks like desert land, and it looks like in Southern California, because I used to actually live in this area back in the day. Not in San Bernardino, California, but near here, Riverside County. But if you look at the bottom, it says potential site of FDMG Academy in San Bernardino, California. 6 acres have been gifted this past week to Team Pan African for those purposes. Now, if land was donated to Umar, and again, he's a pathological liar, so he could be lying about this, but I'm going based upon what he states here and the receipt that he provides here with this land. He could be lying, but the point is, because he lies all the time, the point is, he's like Cheyenne Bryant. Okay, and I'm really starting to think that Umar's not just a pathological liar. I think he's a, what's the term? Look, I could keep forgetting that term. Let me know, because Cheyenne Bryant, she lies for no reason. Okay, Umar, he actually lies for no reason too. Okay, at this point, I gotta. So let's see, no flex. I left my wallet in El Segundo. Shout out to Cali. Anyway, so Umar posts this, and this is in 2012. So check this out. If Umar received this land, according to him, 6 acres of land in San Bernardino, California, the land is already there. He doesn't have to find any other land anywhere else to build on. So if this is true, what he's saying, and by 2017, he's at $1 million, why didn't Umar just take that $1 million and build on this land? Yeah, compulsive liar. Yeah, habitual liar. Yeah, I'm starting to think Umar, he's a compulsive liar. Okay, I know, Larry, I try to give Umar grace. I say pathological. And it's not that one is any better than the other, but I try to give Umar some grace. My wife, she about to go out with the kids. She smells good. I can smell it in here. You women, boy. Anyway, let me stop. Let's stay focused, family. Yeah. So I normally, how's it going, Sonia? Normally I say that Umar is a pathological liar, and pathological liars, they say they create lies to paint narratives. Like Umar lies and says that he's a school psychologist. He lies and says that he's a family therapist. He lies and says that he's a child psychotherapist, that he's a principal, and all these other, he's the most requested scholar. That's to paint a narrative. It's pathological. Okay, he's painting a narrative. He's painting a vision for his followers to see. He's painting a framework for them, or a lens through which they see him, but none of it's true. But the reason why Umar does it is not just because he does it because he wants people to see, he wants people to see him in a particular way. Now, with someone who is lies all the time, they're compulsive. They just have a compulsion. They start and they can't stop. Okay, there's also types of liars where they lie for no reason. Like there's no reason to lie, but they lie anyway. I'm actually starting to think that Umar's like that too. Okay, so I want, again, keep this in mind, everyone, as we get deeper into this particular show, that Umar Johnson received land, according to him, 6 acres back in 2012. Even though he said he didn't receive any donations, this land was donated. Okay, so this is a donation. He says he hasn't received any donations until 2014. He's a liar. He's a pathological liar. The reason why he lies about that is because he doesn't want people to realize how long he's been raising money. There's people who have stayed. What's up, honey pot? I ain't seen you. I hope you're doing all right. I have to go on, guys, princess. He wants people to think that he hasn't raised money as long as he's raised. I've had people say things, people who online, they've stated that they sent Umar Johnson donations specifically for FDMG back in 2013, 2012, 2011, 2010, 2009, and 2007. 2007, as far back as 2007. Now, I'm going with, yeah, hold on one second. Okay, yeah, I took the camera off. So what I was saying was, the point is that I'm going to go with what Umar Johnson posted here. I'm going to give him some grace that in 2012, can you turn the air conditioner off when you leave? Yeah, love you too. I'm going to go because I'm going to give him some grace. I'm going to go based upon what he says. Okay, so based upon this right here, that in 2012. So if land was donated in 2012, and then he received, and I can play the receipt, but we're going to say that time. Then in 2016, he says he's going to be at $1 million. And one video he says by the end of the summer, and then he also says by the end of the year, which would get him into 2017. He's already at $1 million. Well, why didn't back in 2016, going into 2017, why didn't Umar take that $1 million and start to build something on this land? Okay, again, the question becomes, what is a reasonable amount of time for Umar Johnson to open up a fully functional school? Okay, 71% say 1 to 5 years, 9% said 6 to 10 years, 2% said 11 to 15 years, 18% said 16 years, or more. And right now we're at 16 years now. Okay, so we're already there. I'm saying what's a reasonable amount of time. Okay, I'll give you guys my answer a little bit long. Yeah, a little bit later. Yeah, Courtney, you ain't raised $1 million. Okay, the game is on. I will be giving updates too. I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up on I won't show it obviously, but I'll pull it up and I'll give you guys updates. You said 11 to 15 years. Okay, yeah, I think that's a reasonable amount of time. I would go with 6 to 10 years, knowing the history, only because if based on what Umar says, if land was donated to him in 2012, and then by the beginning of 2017, he's already at $1 million, he could have started building on this land in 2017, and you figure you can give him another 2 years to get everything together. Let's say even 3 years. Why not? That would give him the 2020. Yeah, so 2020, and so if we go back to 2010, 2020, that's about a decade. Yeah, so I think 6 to 10 years, 11 to 15 years, somewhere around there, but that's based upon the history part of this. All right. Okay, let's get going here. So here's the video. Oh, there's some super chats too. Let me get in. I'm going to take a moment to thank everyone for all of your support here with the super chats, the super stickers. Sometimes people send me cash apps and PayPal. Thank you for that too. I appreciate all of the support that everyone has provided here. And thanks for tuning on in too. I really appreciate it, everyone. Giannis sent me an email. Yeah, you did. And I read it. I didn't have time to reply. I'll get to it at some point. I've just been really, really busy. And all I can tell you is just don't worry. Okay, don't worry. I've been through a lot of covering Umar, and I've given stories, and I've talked about experiences that I've had with Umar Johnson followers. And I've also had experiences with Umar Johnson's followers who became his critics. And I've already been through the fire. So whatever comes my way, I'm ready to deal with it, and I'm not backing down. So don't worry. Okay, I just don't want you to keep. In other words, keep your mind at peace. All right. Thank you, Giannis, for the super chat, and thank you for the concern too. I appreciate that. Xenoflux says, "Papa Timu teeth, no glue." Why do people always clown Timu? I don't get it. I've never been on Timu. Okay, I'm just saying what. I know it's not like eBay, right? But they sell stuff. Maybe it is. I don't know. But people are always saying Timu about Umar, Timu school or Timu dashiki. Shout out to Timu. Thanks, Xenoflex. Live long and prosper. Okay, I got my thing up over here. Just change the batteries. Okay. I call Cap says, I have yet to see one black boy give a testimonial about y'all's principal therapist, Pan African psychologist helping him. I have not either. In all of my research, I have not seen one black boy come forward and give a testimony about how Umar helped him in any type of way. Not one. I can't even say that I've seen black parents come out and do a testimonial about how, I'm talking about a full video where there's just a testimony about, and they give a breakdown of how Umar helped them or helped their child. I haven't seen it. Isn't that interesting? Because Umar, he says that he's been at this. I remember he was saying 20 years. And if he was at it for 20 years, then he was like, he would have been in high school when he became a school. So he's such a liar. He's just like Cheyenne Bryan. It would just be lying for no reason. But you would think that now, especially with how, social media is and kids be on social media, they'll post anything. Okay. These kids, they'll take a shit and leave the mess in the toilet and show that. I'm sorry. I'm serious. And the reason I bring this up because I saw this video. Let me stop. Anyway, these kids crazy these days. Anyway, because we didn't do that kind of stuff. We didn't have the internet and social media, so we didn't do stuff like that when we was growing up. So you would think at this point that one person who's, they could be in their 20s by now, that they would do a testimonial. I haven't seen it. Has anyone else seen it? And it's a good question. Have you seen a full testimonial from a Umar Johnson, a boy or a girl, or let's say they're an adult now, but Umar helped them when they were children? Have you seen a full testimonial for that? No, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen a full testimonial of a black parent either. So maybe you have. I haven't seen it. Okay, and I've done extensive research on this guy. So you would think that by now that would exist, and not just that there would be one, but at this point, based upon what Umar, how he talks, there should be thousands of them, but they don't exist. Okay, that's because a lot of what Umar says and what he claims that he's doing, it's a figment of his imagination, and he just makes things up. That's what Umar he's known for. He just makes things up. Thanks, I call Cap. Black Mara says next time make it 2 acres. yeah, might as well. And see, what's crazy, I just got to do this real quick since you bring this up. This Umar claims it is 6 acres, and this is in 2012. But by the time we get to I'm gonna tell y'all something. In the video that I found too, this video is from 2013, and Umar's saying, I think he says that the school is going to open in, I want to say 2014. I gotta go back. 2014, 2015. If he says 2014, that would be good because it'll bridge the gap between 2013 and 2015, because he gives a grand opening date for 2013 and 2015. I don't think he gave, I ought to go look at my notes. I don't think he gave a grand opening date for 2014. If he does in this video, that would be great because it'll fill in that gap. Yeah, it is. I'm looking at the video right here in my notes. It's September. He says school announcement in September of 2013. And this video is from 2012. Okay. Wow. So I'm going to do a video for members. I'll play that video and I'll break it down and I'll upload that for you all. I want to make a quick point since you're bringing this up. Umar goes from this is 6 acres in San Bernardino, California, and this is east of Los Angeles. And notice that this is at the end of 2012. He goes from that to this in 2014. Look, 2012, and really this is the end of 2012. So let's say the beginning of 2013 to March of 2014. So in a year and roughly 3 months, Umar goes from 6 acres of land that was quote unquote gifted to him, donated to him, to now, and back then in 2014, a year and 3 months later, he wants a 500-acre campus encircled by FDMG River in the shape of Mother Africa. They're going to have to build that river around, in the shape of Africa, around what is this? Over there in the Middle East, Dubai. Is this Umar Dubai, Timu Dubai? What's going on here? This is nuts. 500-acre campus. They're going to have to build a FDMG River around 500 acres. That's nuts. In the shape of Africa. There's going to be Ancestor Park in the center of campus, dormitories, airfield, athletic facilities, state-of-the-art music and theater production studio, a greenhouse, a zoo, community center, separate buildings for all 33 trade areas, and much more. You guys realize that this guy, he has a hospital on here. He has a zoo. This guy has an air traffic control tower on here, a NASA building, a military building. This guy has a track and field facility. He has a baseball diamond, 2 schools, and massive dormitories. So my point is, how do you go from this 6 acres to a year and 3 months later, you want 500 acres with this foolishness right here? See, it wasn't even reasonable from the start. Not at all. All right. All right. Yeah, no, it is. That's what this is. Umar, he's Timu Dubai, because you know how they making rivers and lakes and all kind of stuff up over there. Islands, they have this thing. It's just a bunch of islands. They man-made islands and stuff. What's up, 100% real man? Okay, yeah, 500 acres. Now, I want to ask a question before we move on. Why does anyone know? Because I've talked about this in the past, based upon my research. Does anyone know why Umar, he comes up with the figure of around, well, you know what, this doesn't even, well, this is crazy. How does he come up with the figure of around 500 acres? Anyone want to take a guess? How does he come up with the figure of 500 acres? And I got to do some more research on this now that I think about it. And it wouldn't take much time either. This is December 24th. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm sorry. No, that's the wrong one. This is March 26th. No, it makes sense on the timeline. March 26th of 2014. Somebody said, yeah, patron, just because Umar is a shadow king, because it sounds good. Yeah, oftentimes he he makes up figures, and they're roundabout figures, you know, like I need $1 million. In fact, in the video, I don't want to say too much. I'll have that for you members, okay? Because he can't math. Cue Uncle Nancy. That's a good question. Okay, again, he could be lying because he lies all the time. But I'm going on his word, okay, on his word, just for this one time. I'm going on his word. What happened to that land? And that land would have some serious value. I know it's in a desert, but that's California. So there's value associated with did he say 5 acres? There's value associated with 5 acres of land that was allegedly donated to him in San Bernardino, California. 6 acres. So shouldn't that be part of how much money Umar Johnson has raised? If there's a financial value or monetary value associated with that land, what about the land that Umar stated was donated to him in Philadelphia? I have that in a documentary. Okay, wouldn't that have a land value associated with that too? That would be part of the amount of money that Umar Johnson has raised. He just converted. Where did that land go? And then he also said he had land donated to him, at least in Ghana, from what I remember. He may have said some other African country someplace, but he said Ghana. Well, there should be value associated with that too, of a financial value or monetary value, and that should be included in the amount of donations. That's what I'm saying. This guy has to be around $3 million by now. I don't know. I don't know what happened to it. Okay, it ain't no telling. All right, Umar Island. Okay, it's the size of another campus he was looking at, and that's the answer right there. Why does Umar come up with this figure of 500 acres? Well, the reason why is because the St. Paul's College, it's set on about 500 acres, and it works with the timeline because this is March 26th of 2014. Umar claims that he starts raising money for the St. Paul's College in the spring of 2014. I've heard him say April. I've also heard him say January, February, March, April. I've heard him say May as well. All right, but I think it's in April. And I can just look into my notes and find that for sure. But let me show you guys 2014. I'll show you guys okay, it's not in this folder. Hold on one second. This is from the St. Paul's auction. And here it is right here. And there's actually a couple of these. I'll pull this up, and then let me pull up the other one. If you look right there, it says entire 137 acre plus or minus acre academic campus, and then the new student center and adjacent acres of 434. You put that together, you're going to be roughly around 71 acres. But Umar, he comes up with the figure of 500. That's where he gets this from. See, what Umar was planning, what his conceptualization was to turn the same. Once he purchases it, he wants to turn it into this 500 acre campus. It's really a cult compound, and he's going to build outside of this 500 acres a river in the shape of Africa. This is narcissism, grandiosity, but that's where he gets this figure from. Okay, let me show you guys these other ones too real quick. Then we'll get going here. Kind of rushed yesterday. I'm gonna take my time today. Okay, here's the sign that was posted up there. It looks like it's 31 buildings. Umar can't even get 3 buildings together in Wilmington, Delaware. He's gonna get 31 buildings together. Hit the one on that. Umar can't get 3 buildings together after seven years and 4 months, but somehow he's gonna get 31 buildings together in St. Paul's. I never thought about that, but that's ridiculous. It looks like it says 31 buildings to me. I could be wrong because it's kind of blurry. And then here's right here, sealed bid auction, historic St. Paul's College, Lawrenceville, Virginia. This is the overview. The starting bid was $2.5 million. Just to get in the game, you got to have $2.5 million. So there's at some point, Umar said that he had put in a bid, but and he lied because he lies all the time. If he had put in a bid, he would have had to have at least $2.5 million in order to do so. And he didn't have no $2.5 million in 2014. I think he said that in 2014. Let me see. No, it may have been 2015. Let me look at this one right here. Breaking, I've received unconfirmed word that the community may have forced feds. Oh, this is part of the story that Umar Johnson tells, and I'll get into this in the documentary because he always has excuses. He was talking about how the feds was trying to buy the property out from under him. but it's a sealed bid. And the sealed bid, you don't know who's bidding or how much money they bid, but he makes up the story, just like he makes up the story about the Jamaican immigrant who's sabotaging him now in 2026, sabotaging the certificate of occupancy. You see this foolishness? I'll get into that inside of the, not this year of the documentary, but when I get into 2014, I'm in 2013 right now. Let me see if I have this. It may have been in 2000. Yeah, here it is. This guy, he be lying so much. It's diabolical. Look at this. June 25th, 2014. Breaking news. It appears that we may have won the bid. Keep donating. See, it's all about getting money out of people. So if he says we may have won the bid, people are going to get excited. They're going to donate. Details on Wednesday in Chicago on 1690 a.m., 3 to 6 p.m. Dr. Umar to host his very first WVON show, filling in for Cliff Kelly. I don't think I have this video, or it would have been an audio because it's a radio station. I wish I had it to see what type of explanation he comes up with. But see, if he put in a bid, this is in 2014, June 25th of 2014, and the starting bid is $2.5 million, $2,500,000. Then that means that when Umar put in this bid, he would have had to have $2.5 million. The auction date on this flyer is 6/25. Umar posts this June 25th of 2014, 6/25. See that? If he starts raising money in May of 2014, then that means that he has at least part of May and June, roughly a month and a half, and he puts in a bid, and the starting bid is $2.5 million. Are we to believe that Umar raised $2.5 million in a month and a half? He's a liar. And this is another example of it right here. See, that's the thing. Umar, one of the things about Umar is he's not too bright. He has a memory for dates and stuff like that, but he's a functional idiot. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm stating it's a statement of fact. He doesn't know how to operate in the real world. He's completely lost in the real world. I saw he's living with his mama at the age of 51, don't have a car, doesn't even have his own home. He's been homeless since the end of 2019, raised millions of dollars, and he's living like a pookie. He's a functional idiot. But see, what happens with Umar is and I apologize. I don't want to come off as if I'm being mean there. This is a statement of fact. It's a hard truth. The thing is that Umar, after all is said and done, he's going to be remembered for being a liar. And see, the thing with Umar is that he's lied so much that he doesn't remember all the lies that he's told. But I've done the research, and I'm fair too. Not making up anything. I'm not spinning things in any type of way. I showed you it right here. The starting bid for the auction, which is a closed bid auction, was $2.5 million. And the auction date is 6/25. 2014. Umar starts raising money in May of 2014. So in about a month and a half, Umar, he's able to put in a bid, and he may have won the bid. Well, the starting bid is $2.5 million. That means that over the course of a month and a half, 6 weeks, Umar had to have raised $2.5 million. See, this guy, he's a liar. So the question becomes, why does Umar lie about this on June 25th of 2014? Well, the same reason why he lies about everything, and especially when it comes to FDMG, and he's still lying about how the school is done here in 2026. It's all the same thing. He's been at this for a very long time. And the key thing is, look how it says keep donating. But that's why he did the video recently where he's walking through these bandos acting as if they're done. Even though he stated they were done in February of this year, he also stated that they were done in 2023, August of 2023. See, he lies all the time and he forgets. And the saddest part about this is that his followers, I don't get it. You guys, the research is there, all the information is there. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. It's likely that in another 6 months, he'll do the same shit. Or in the next year, he'll do this. Oh, the school is now done. And then, oh yeah, what you haters gonna say? You all fall. Do Umar Johnson's followers fall for it over and over again? It's the same thing. It's a pattern of behavior with Umar. All right. Okay, so I just wanted to get into that because it's fascinating to me that after all of these years, Umar's still running with this scam, and there's people who believe it, and there's so many different things. And I'm getting it in the documentary. I'm not in 2014, but in particular in 2014, I'm in 2013 now. In 2014, Umar, what he was doing in 2014 and the manipulative tactics that he was using to get money out of people, they were extreme. Okay, and I'll break all that down inside the documentary, the next segment of the documentary. Okay, Highway, and thank you, Black Mario. Highway to 20 Skinny said, Leonard said his wife smells like fudge cookie. No, I didn't say that. I don't know what it is. I just smell it. You know, it smells. You go, it just, we smell it good. Thank you, Highway 20 Skinny. Larry says St. Paul's is the 2014 Gap, I think. It could be. The thing, and I'm gonna have to look at this, Larry. I have to, because when I get in 2014, it'll become clearer. I don't have a video. At least I don't. No, that's not true. I do have a video. See, Umar said in 2010 that the school was going to open 2000. Yeah, I hadn't thought about this, but I think you're right. So Umar says in 2010 the school's going to open 2013. And then I have it that when he says that the school's going to open in 2015, I have it where he says 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and he's changed it to 2027. He'll change that probably towards the end of this year or towards the beginning of next year. He'll say 2028. Okay, mark my words. If not by the middle of next year or 3 months into next year, he'll change the date again. So the gap is 2014. I didn't have him stating that the grand opening, that there's going to be a grand opening was going to take. But you know what? I found a video where he does that. And Laura, you remember, I'll probably do it tonight. I'll do that video tonight, and then I'll upload it for members only. And there's a segment from a September 3rd, 2012 video where Umar specifically states that the grand opening is going to be September of 2014. So that fills in the gap. Now, the question that comes to mind based on what you're saying here is, does Umar ever state that in 2014, specifically, that the school, St. Paul's was going to open after he acquires it, that it was going to open in 2014? And no, I don't think he says that. I think what he says, and I can pull up the video and play it for you guys. I think he says that it's going to open up the following year if he acquires it in 2014. So that would be that it would open up in 2015. But that gap is now filled because I found this other video. So this means that Umar Johnson has changed the grand opening date every single year since from 2013 to present, that he's changed the grand opening date consistently each year. Okay, that's telling you in itself. It shows you it's not serious. And he's not serious. It's a scam, but he's had enough money. He's also had land donated to him. And by now, he's had more, in my opinion, he's had more than enough time to get something started. You know, the irony is after all this time, and he conceptualized this in 2004, we're talking 22 years later. If we go with 2010, when he makes the announcement the school's going to open 2013, we're talking 16 years. If we go from the St. Paul's school scam, we're talking 12 years. Wherever you guys want to start, or if you want to start from February of 2019, which is over 7 years ago, wherever you want to start, Umar hasn't finished one building. Can't say he hasn't had enough money. We can't say he hasn't had enough time, but he hasn't finished one building. But he's lying about it here in 2026, but he lied about it back in 2023. All right. Thanks, Larry. And then Truck Talk says, if his donors give him unlimited time and money, he will stumble into having at least an old schoolhouse, mixed ages, all taught by him, brought to the school by Mule and Bucky. The thing is, he could have had something by now. That's the thing. Now, Mule and Buggy is a little too far. Some of his supporters may be okay with that, because he said it was going to be FDMG horse stable, so they can use horses and mules. But at this point, there's really no excuse, and it's not an issue of money. It's not an issue of time either, because he's had unlimited time. Now, it's amazing that people still defend Umar while he's running the school scam, and we're talking from 2004, 22 years later. Again, the poll question is, what is a reasonable amount of time for Umar Johnson to open up a functional school? And keyword functional. So we got to take off the school, the mule and the buggy, because that's not functional nowadays, especially in Wilmington. You got to have buses and cars and stuff. Back in the day, maybe. Okay. Thank you for the super chat. What is that? Truck talk. Thank you so much for the support. Yeah. See what you started. 500 acres in a snow bunny, 500 acres in a mule. I should laugh at that. All right, it is funny though. All right, thank you, Truck Talk, for the super chat. Okay, let's get going. I'm tempted to pull up that video from 2014 where Umar was looking. He was trying to be all sadiddy. He was dressed up, and he was really playing that role, trying to get that St. Paul's money. I may pull it up later, but I want to get into the main video because I want to try to get through this whole thing today. That way, tomorrow I can spend time working on the documentary. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow, but if we don't get through it, then I'll come back tomorrow and finish with it. So here we go with the main video for today. And I'm going to thank everyone who's voted on the poll. Also, if at any point you're enjoying the show, hit that like button. It helps to get these videos out in the algorithm. Umar is not in the algorithm right now. This happened in January as well. And it also happened, I think it was September of last year. And I noticed those things with the Google Analytics. Okay, so let's get going on this main video. And this is from June 7th, 3 days ago of 2026, Umar on the Father David podcast. Here we go.
There's a war people here in America, all over the world. It seems to be a war against black people, and seems like sometimes maybe some of us are waking, some of them are waking up, because I've already been woke to that situation. Some people are waking up now trying to see that maybe they won't be able to fit in with the other people. But how about you, Dr. Doyle? How you doing today, man?
I'm doing well, no complaints except, the topic that you already raised, which is black people versus everybody, and it's just so much.
Yeah, I don't look at life like that. It's not everybody. You do have to deal with people who are ignorant and who are racist, but it's not everybody.
Going on across the country at this time, everything from all the black women who are being assaulted on the street unnecessarily and unjustifiably by the police. But in addition to that,
Okay, let's be clear about something. Most black women are being abused by black men who are not police officers. So make sure you address that, Umar, and overwhelmingly. So cut it out.
just got the verdict of Rick Chow, the Chinese-American business owner down here in Columbia, South Carolina, took the life of our 14-year-old son, Cyrus Carmack Belton, and now we have our other young son.
Look at how he says our young son. It's not your son. And we have to stop doing that too. Umar, he's possessive in that way. He doesn't even take care of his own children. He's a deadbeat. But see, he wants to capitalize off of black tragedy and pain and suffering, and yes, black death as well. So now that's his son. No, it's not. It's disingenuous and it's manipulative. It's manipulative too. Umar, he's a master manipulator.
Carmelo Anthony, who's on trial for his life down in Texas and being tried before an all-white jury without a single black person on the jury. And this is in the state of Texas that has one of the largest populations of black people in America.
They couldn't find no peers of his.
But they found a white.
Yeah, that's not how that works either. I was looking at, and I don't know much about the case, but there was this lawyer. I actually watched a couple of lawyers talk about this. And when they talk about jury selection is not based upon race. That's not what it's based upon. It's not a factor that is considered. So just because it's stated that a jury of your peers, race is not something that's factored into that equation. Now, the argument could be made that specific jurors are being selected, let's say it's not even selected, it's deselected really, by the prosecution, so that because the prosecution strategy is to have a minimal amount of black people on there. Okay, that argument probably could be made, but the truth is that in the judicial system, when a statement is made, a jury of your peers, it's not a jury of your peers that's based upon race or sex, for that matter. Okay, let's be clear about that. Anyway.
The white people were peers though, but no black peers.
That's amazing. That is so. I thought
what's happening, Baba David? What's happening?
And there you go. Thank you. First of all, a person has to be a registered voter, right? But Umar tells black people that we shouldn't vote. This is hit the one. That's a great point right there.
want black people to be very clear about this. America is testing the strength and the self-respect of the American African people.
Yeah. What's up, Suaveito? Yeah, he's always
they want
making it
to
racial.
see what they can get away with.
How far they can push the envelope.
Yes, because
Oh, cut it out. I'm sorry. These guys be talking like it's the 1920s and shit. I don't mean, it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous. They talk as if it's even deeper than that, real talk. What is this shit you putting on? I didn't mean to put this up. Why do you do this? I was gonna make a big point and I already forgot it because I'm shocked by what you're writing here. You paid David for podcast time with free. Come on, man. I really had a good point too. I done forgot my point. I was saying how he act like it's 1910 and shit. No, here it is. But it's deeper than that. They act like we still like, and see, even that's mind control. I've never been enslaved. When they had us enslaved, what do you mean we? What they had us? You wasn't even alive back then, so cut it out. You see that shit? Well, now what they're doing to our son. Wait a minute, that's not your son in the first place. You don't even take care of your daughters. So cut it out. Anyway. I would have made a bigger point, but I'm going to leave it right there. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
if we let them get away with an all-white jury, there's going to be more all-white juries.
There are plenty of all-white juries, Umar. What are you talking about? And what you mean if we let them get away? What are you going to do? What you going to do? That's the biggest thing people need to ask Umar about everything. What you going to do about this school? What you going to do about this certificate of occupancy? What you going to do about living in your mama's closet? What you going to do about the white man? What you going to do? Ask Umar, because he ain't going to do shit. All he do is run his mouth. He runs his mouth this month. How's it going, Max? I am.
If we let them get away with acquitting a store owner.
Yeah, he's going to say, hit the PayPal. That's what he's going to say. He always running his mouth. Goodness gracious. So who's the 20% saying that it takes 16 years and more to open up? I'll tell you, I've had a lot more Umar Johnson followers come through since he made this announcement. This happens all the time. They did the same thing back in 2023 when he said the school was done. They was like, LenonHonor, what are you going to do now? You remember this? You haters are quiet now. No, listen, he does this to you guys. You guys are being played. The Pookie is playing you all. And so then they start coming back over here because they get excited again. But it wears off after a couple of months or another year, another 2 or another 3 years. It happens every single time. All right. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
Of shooting a child in the back. Even the pathologist report said his body was in a running position when he was shot.
But see, there's no video evidence. That's the part about it. And then and I haven't looked into the case really. I've seen some video, some news reports, but I haven't seen any commentary. I did see some commentary from actual on YouTube. There's lawyers that they've spoken about the case of the young man down in Texas, but this other one, there was no video footage. You see him running. You see video of him running, and then the store owner and his son, I think it was his son, chasing him. That's a problem because you can't claim self-defense if you're chasing and you're running after somebody. But then there's these other issues of complicated issues dealing with another firearm that was on the scene and whether or not I think it was owned by the young man who was shot. and there's no video footage. So in terms of testimony, the dead can't speak. There's no video footage. So, you know, it's a tough situation. But in my opinion, if you chase after someone in that way, you can't claim self-defense. Okay? Unless, really, you shouldn't chase after them in the first place, because, and especially if you're carrying a weapon, you're chasing that person. You're a threat. They're running away from you. Not that they're running towards you, but they're running away from you. And then you pursue them, and ultimately that you unalive them. Okay. Now, if one could say, okay, was maybe the young man pulled a gun. We haven't seen that. But even if that took place, the person who pursued, they're still going to be liable. They should be liable for something. That's the way I look at it. Right? Even if it's manslaughter, right? Okay, let's keep going.
In the back, he posed no.
And by the way, when I talk about these types of topics, I'm not coming from the vantage point of being a black person. That's one of the problems with this social construct of race, is that many people, white, black, and other, they see these types of cases through the lens of race in the first place. And it's like it's a lens that really clouds rationality and critical thinking. It really does. That's why I have a big issue with the social construct of race. Okay. We don't teach our children that they are black. Now, socially speaking, yeah, that's how they're defined, because it's a social construct. But in terms of as a human being, you're not black. Okay. And if we go back, well, I'm gonna leave it right there. The reason why I'm saying this is because a lot of what we see, especially with the emotionalism that we see surrounding these cases, or these types of cases, it's racially charged, and that's why people are so emotional, because race is an emotional, extremely emotional topic here in the United States of America for obvious reasons. But when I speak about these types of cases, and I rarely do, I'm not coming from the vantage points that I'm a black person and that it shapes how I see things. That's not how I look at this type of stuff. Unfortunately, many people have been drawn to look at this from the racial lens, but part of it is because of this social construct of race that continues to persist to this day. It's a serious problem. Okay? All right, let's keep going.
No threat at all to that man after him and his son and his wife pursued him. So how could he be?
See, I agree with Umar on that point. However, we don't see video footage of what happened when the shooting took place. Did the young man pull a gun on the store owner? You see what I'm saying? We don't know that.
Acquitted, and they claim that half of the jurors were black. Now, whether these were black.
Okay, I don't know that because I haven't looked into the case. But if that's the case, Umar, your argument about, you know, how this is a racial issue with the jury selection, it becomes a moot point now. You can't pick one and not the other. That makes sense. Anyway.
Freedmen, whether these were black immigrants, whether these were mixed race blacks, we don't know. But they claim the jury was half black. And I would love to have a conversation with them, because I'm having a hard time.
What do you mean you're going to have a conversation? Like, you that important? Ain't nobody thinking about you. I want to look this up too, by the way. Someone said Child's lawyer was a black man. Well, that's a good strategy. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Someone said president. yeah, Umar think he the president. Yeah, 2-day grace. I never liked that lady because she's so drama. And her face, she was like, from a long time ago, my wife used to say she looked like a peacock. Yeah, she does. Okay, let me see. Jury for the Rick Chow shooting jury comprised of, let's see. I apologize. I'm using a different desk, so my keyboard is loud. Okay, I'm looking it up right now. Okay, so here it is. For those who are interested in the ethnic demographic breakdown of the child jurors, here you go. 3 black men, 2 black women, 3 white women, 2 white men, 1 male listed as unknown, and then 1 male listed as other. Okay. And then be mad at the state for not including lesser charges, and the prosecution for not proving their case. Yeah, that's another issue in terms of what they go for in terms of charges. Sometimes it's strategic, it's better strategically speaking to go for lesser charges because the likelihood of getting those lesser charges are greater than the higher charges, if that makes sense. But 3 black men, 2 black women, and 3 white women, 2 white men, 1 male listed as unknown, 1 male listed as other. All right. Interesting.
I'm coming to the conclusion that 6 black people would say that that Chinese store owner was innocent of shooting that little boy in the back like that as he was running away. So we're being tested right now because they are planning to put us back in Jim Crow. We're already back in Jim Crow.
See, here he go. He always got to do this. He said that the reason why they came up with special education was to resegregate the schools. Now he's saying that they're trying to put us back in Jim Crow because of this case. I don't know, Black Wolf. This guy, Umar, he just be running his mouth.
And they want to see if we're going to tolerate it.
Now, was the child outside of the store or in the store when
he was out? But and you should know this, if Father David, you bringing this shit up. By the way, let me stop. Let's keep going. Anyway, it's just like these guys, both of these guys
was shot?
He was outside of the store. He was actually shot 110 yards from the store. They pursued him for 110 yards, Baba. That's more than a football.
Yeah, that's a long distance. It really is.
Ball field.
But see, that's what I'm saying. If they went for lesser charges, the likelihood of getting those lesser charges would have been greater than the charges that they went for in the first place.
But now that's illegal in itself because he wasn't on his property.
We got to dump that stuff.
It wasn't even, so, and he wasn't in no danger. What was his justification?
No. Say that again, Bob.
What in the world is going on behind? There's always something with this guy. Yeah, that's what happened. It was Chow and his son. They both chased him. Can we go back and listen to what's going on in the background? There's always something going on with this guy.
So, and he wasn't in no danger. What was his justification?
No. Say that again, Bob.
I said,
what in the world is going on behind the scenes? Can anyone make that out? Let's do it one more time. I don't know what's going on.
But now that's illegal in itself because he wasn't on his property.
We got to dump that stuff.
We got to dump that stuff. What the fuck? We got to dump that stuff. What is going on here?
It wasn't even, so, and he wasn't in no danger. What was his justification?
No.
Something, we're going to dump it. What's going on here? The sting operation? Move on the fun. Oh, yeah, it's a junkie talk. Yeah, there you go. We got to dump this shit. We flush it down the toilet. We got to flush it down the toilet. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, he talking to the fake contractors. Let's try one more time. It's always something with this guy.
So, and he wasn't in no danger. What was his justification?
No. Say that again, Bob.
No. What in the world?
No. Say that again, Bob.
No, it's a something. What did he say at the end? Let me get my other ear, bro. This is fascinating. Whatever we want talking about right here, I really don't care. But this part right here, let's try this one more time. I'm gonna see if I can make some more of this voices out.
His property.
We got to dump that stuff.
It wasn't.
Yeah, he said we got to dump that stuff.
Even, so, and he wasn't in no danger. What was his justification?
No. Say that again, Bob.
Man, that's crazy. That is so crazy. Barnes, what's up, Barnes says, Lenon, they followed and I didn't even know he was that young. That's really young. Followed a 14-year-old child outside their business who was no threat, and the father murdered the young boy. No threat, none. Yeah, and again, it's looking at it from that vantage point, especially him being pursued and being chased for about 100 yards. That's a serious problem. But again, lesser charges would have I think would have probably been a better strategy. And the reason why is because we don't have video footage. At least I haven't seen any video footage of what exactly took place. So they have to go based upon testimony. That's one of the problems, because the dead can't speak. So they go with testimonial from the people who actually was there and saw what took place, right? That's a problem. And I know that the son that was with the father, Cho, and chased after him, I'm sure he sided with his father and all that kind of stuff. They could be lying, there's no telling. But in the absence of the evidence, it becomes a problem, right? But truth be told, they shouldn't have chased him in the first place, right? Okay. Is that what he said? We got to put it in the dumpster? Okay. Yeah, they're probably at FDMG trying to clean shit up so that they can do another video to get money.
So, and he wasn't in no danger. What was his justification?
No. Say that again, Bob.
Yeah, he didn't want to let that trash go. They be hoarding and shit. Yeah, he in the band though. That's where he at. At least he's working though. Get going, Umar. We've got you working. Let's go.
I said, if he was outside the store, that's illegal in itself because he wasn't no threat to the store owner.
Absolutely.
So what was his justification for killing him or even shooting him?
Felt he stole a 50-cent bottle of water that he didn't take.
Okay, but even if he stole it, that doesn't give him the authority to shoot
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that.
anybody outside of his premises.
Or even inside, just because someone is stealing from a store, it's like you don't have to pull out a weapon and shoot them. Okay. There's a term for it. Like it has to be like, now, if they're a threat to you, that's different. But you don't escalate it all the way to that point just because they stole, $1 worth of water or some candy or something like that. But there's a term specifically for that, where your action has to be commensurate, I think, something to that effect. Correct if I'm wrong. That might be the wrong term. There's a legal term for that.
I could imagine what the prosecutor was saying that allowed the jury to think that he was innocent. I don't get it. I don't. Are you still here with us, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I don't understand how he could be found.
Umar got stuff going on. He ain't got no time for all this. I heard someone else say something else again right there. Let me see if I can hear it.
Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. What the prosecutor was saying that allowed the jury to think that he was innocent. I don't get it. I don't. Are you still here with us, Doctor?
Yeah, that's the lady. There's a lady there too.
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. I don't understand how he could be found not guilty. And you say he had 6 jurors on there that helped to acquit him. That's amazing in itself.
Amazing. And the Democrats, the white Democrats who want black people's vote in November, they're very quiet about this verdict. They're very quiet about there being no black jurors on the Carmelo Anthony case. They're very quiet about all of these things happening to black people. But on November the 3rd, they're going to send Roland Martin and all these other Democratic Party plantation slaves out to the black community to try to embarrass you into voting for a white person in the name of your ancestors. That's what this is about. But we never hear them. This is when they need to be earning your vote.
That's right.
This is when they need to be earning your vote.
That's right.
I don't even see the Congressional Black Caucus doing anything about it.
Do they still have one?
First of all,
They still got a congressional. They still have a.
Again, Umar tells people not to vote. So what's the point? And furthermore, Umar, you ain't doing nothing. So
Congressional Black Caucus, where they been at?
They still have a Congressional Black Caucus.
I heard nothing from them.
Well, you have one now, Baba. You may not have a Congressional Black Caucus.
I know that's right.
Because they already said that half the seats, there's about 59 members of the Congressional Black Caucus. And they're saying that because of the redistricting, the racist redistricting that the Supreme Court has allowed Southern states to engage in, half of those members of the Congressional Black Caucus may be without their seat after November the 3rd. And then after the presidential election, you may only have a dozen of them. So they have literally let these white Democrats manipulate them into manipulating the black vote for white Democratic victory while at the same time not protecting their own seats.
And that's why we have to hold our politicians' feet to the fire, whether they're black, white, or purple. If they're not going to do what's in our
okay, if that's the case, how are you going to do that if Umar's telling people not to vote?
best interest, why should we support them?
Absolutely.
Plain and
Absolutely.
simple. That's just like talking about support. That's just like with, and I wanted to, I mentioned this to you in when I pre-program.
Ms. Hunt says he talks so loud and strongly about us being treated unfairly by the judicial system, but go quiet or get angry when asked about the school. Yeah, I know. He gets quiet. He don't want to hear nothing about no school. That's what I'm saying. A lot of what Umar Johnson talks about, it's irrelevant because at the end of the day, it's whatever he says is not going to change the fact that he's a scammer and he's a liar. It's not going to change it. So he would much rather talk about everything else. If it's not these types of racialized incidents, or it'll be something dealing with black celebrities, he'll go in on that. But you bring up these trap bandos or offer any criticisms about it, and he don't want to talk about that. He gets very upset very quickly. That's a good point. Thank you, Miss Honey. San Antonio is up 47-25. Goodness. Early in the second quarter. What in the world? They went off that first quarter. All right, I'll give you guys updates moving forward. Okay, thank you, Miss Honey, for the super chat. I appreciate it. Miss Honey also says, why is he asking about this topic if he didn't do his homework? He must think Umar knows all the answers. I think that's part of it. Father David, I don't want to say anything bad. I mean, he's older, so let me just say this, that he is ill-informed. That's why when Umar gets on, this is actually another good point. When Umar gets on there, Umar just runs his mouth. Father David, he may say something every once in a while, but Umar's not interested in that. So it's not like Father David can run his mouth like Umar can run his mouth. No one can run their mouth like Umar. So mainly Umar dominates the conversation and he runs his mouth. And I think Father David, all he has to do is set something up. Set up a topic. Let Umar start running his mouth. Sit back, and then every once in a while he'll add a little something, and then he'll sit back and let Umar, and it just keeps going and going and going. And Umar likes those types of situations too. Right? He likes to dominate the conversation because he wants to be the center of attention. With very few exceptions. I have a video from 2000, I want to say 2011. It could be 2012, where Umar was doing this show with a group of black men. He actually had a radio show too, by the way, where he had other hosts that would talk, and he would let them talk. But the one where he has this group of black men and they're talking about relationships and stuff like that, Umar actually, he allowed these brothers to actually speak without dominating the conversation, but he was supposed to be the mediator. There's very few times have I seen that from Umar. 99% of the time, he's dominating the conversation. And that's why Father David has him on, because Father David, he don't have to do nothing. He don't have to do his own work, research, or anything like that. He's ill-informed. Thanks, Miss Honey. Okay, let's keep going here.
Discussion, I was to talk about Kevin Hart and how he thought that he could get away with presenting such atrocious things in his comedy roast. I could not understand. I turned it on, I saw it, and I was really disgusted. I said, why are they talking about us like this?
Here we go, us.
And they think it's funny. I didn't find it funny at all. I found it.
Listen, I don't approach my life like that's just me. I don't approach, if something happens to a black person, I don't think that it's happening to me. Okay, is racism real? Yes. Are there black people have to deal with it? Yes. Do I have to deal with it? Yes. But if something happens to a black person, I don't think that it's happening specifically to me. I just don't look at it like that. I just don't.
Insulting, actually.
So did I. And he made it even worse when he went to the Breakfast Club and he doubled down on his position that.
Yeah, and I agree with Umar on that point.
It was a roast. And because it was a roast, black people should accept being disrespected and humiliated the way that they were. I've lost a lot of respect for Kevin Hart.
But look who's talking. Umar disrespects black people all the time. Look at the SETI rant. Look at the Zora rant. Look at the super baby pajama mama. Look at the pajama mama super soaker rant. So Umar's not the one to talk. He's not. And a whole host of other ones too. When he was dealing with that stripper. He really is Swagonito. Out of all of the people, Umar should not be talking. 99% of the time when Umar's talking about black people, it's negative. That's why Art Dialogue have him on. He just be running his mouth, talking shit. That's what he do. That's what he do. All right, let's keep going.
Always very proud of him for the success that he achieved coming from Philadelphia. You know, very, very supportive of his success. But I'm going to have to take a lot of that back because although, you know, we appreciate what he's done with his life, it cannot come at the cost of the shame and degradation and humiliation of black people. And the thing about it,
Umar should not be talking.
That makes what he said so hypocritical about it being
San Antonio of 57-32 with 8 minutes and 30 seconds to play.
In the roast, and we should understand if that's the case, Baba David, why did Kevin Hart forbid anyone from making any jokes?
Yeah, he did. He sure did. He called black children nigglets, and I can pull it up. It's in the first documentary. He's called little girls who've been violated. I'll just use that term. He called them thoughts. Because he says they developed thought as personality disorder. Well, thought is that hole over there, or something like that. So you call him a hole? He's called for the murder of black children and doubled down and tripled down on it. He's not the one to be talking. He's not. Thanks, Afro.
About his children. So obviously there are limits to the roast. Why did y'all remove the jokes about Donald Trump? If it's just the roast, why couldn't y'all continue the Donald Trump jokes? Why did y'all eliminate the jokes about his wife? Why did y'all eliminate the jokes about Kim Kardashian? There was about 18 jokes, Baba David, 18 jokes that were stricken from the...
Okay, 18 out of what, 200, 300? I don't know. And I don't even know where Umar's getting that figure. That may be true, but maybe those jokes, they didn't see them as funny. The other thing is when they wrote these jokes, again, I already talked about this, these jokes are inappropriate. They're insensitive. I agree with that. But Umar, he has to blow the shit out of proportion. He acting like we're in slavery now and Jim Crow's back. It's not. Anyway, the point is that when they wrote these jokes, they should have taken some of those jokes out. I've already talked about this. Creative control, creative power with Kevin Hart. He just said, no, this is going too far, because there are jokes that go too far. He decided to let those go in. Bad decision on his part. He gets on the Breakfast Club, doubles down. Wasn't a good look. I get all that. All right. But at the end of the day, I'm sure that they recognized which jokes were going to be incendiary. And that's why they included them.
Final set of jokes that each comedian was allowed to use. So if y'all can remove 18 jokes, why wasn't the George Floyd amongst those jokes? Why wasn't the George Floyd?
I agree on that one. That one was not funny.
Joke removed? Why wasn't the joke about slavery removed? Why wasn't the joke?
Listen, people joke about slavery all the time. I joke about slavery. Richard Pryor joked about slavery. My favorite of all time, I always forget his name, Paul Mooney, rest in peace, and Pryor, rest in peace. He joked about slavery.
Joke about lynching removed. Why?
Yeah, now lynching, that's too far, because they did have a joke about the bonsai tree. That wasn't funny. Anyway.
Wasn't the joke about Cheryl Underwood's vagina removed? Why wasn't?
Okay, people joke about the vajayjay all the time. Umar, you always talking about vajayjay, so cut it out. You ain't got no business. Matter of fact, you talk more about the vajayjay than you talk about a curricula. Curricula this month. You talk more about the JJ than you talk about educating black boys. So who you talk, and you be talking reckless about the JJ. Umar, what you going to talk about today? The JJ. You always talk about the JJ. Can you talk about anything other than the JJ? I'm asking. I'm just asking. Fish tank rape. Yeah, fish tank rant. That's the JJ. Yoniverse. That's the JJ. Rotten cookies, that's the JJ. We can go on and on. He always talk about cookies. Yoni. You know what I'm saying? This guy, so you don't need to talk about nothing. Peach cobbler, peach cobbler, peach cobbler. Blueberry cobbler. He said blueberry cobbler one time. That's all for JJ. Anyway, let's move on. I voted 6 to 10 years because sometimes it can take a while, but that's also based on back when he started, not as of today. He's shown us he is not serious. Yeah, I think 6 to 10 years. That's where I was around that range. I would say 10, even 10 to 11. Give some serious grace from the time where he first made the school announcement in 2010. You figure that'd get him up to 2020. He should have had something done by then. Okay, there's really no excuse because again, he had enough money. He had land donated to him, according to him, back in 2004, 2013, 2012. Damn. Yep, I think that's fair. Yep. Okay, hot salt, warm peanut butter. Yeah, that's all for JJ. Deep sea diving. Yoni spa. You need a Yoni spa. That's what he said. That's all for JJ. Umar for JJ Johnson. Skyscrapers go up in less time. It's true. So Umar, butter almond, butter pecan, a hot Falker fudge or some whatever he said. Candy yams. That's another one. In the ocean waters. Have your drip drizzle. Yeah, remember? That's a conscious stripper. That loosey goosey. That's for JJ. All for JJ. Booyah. That's for JJ. Okay. You guys see my point. Some of you guys said some crazy stuff in here. I can't even read it. Yeah, he said candy yams one time. He sure did. He said greens with the turkey juice. I need the greens with the turkey juice, family. Yeah, in those royal waters. That's what he said, royal waters. I got to swim in those royal waters. That's all for JJ. Guave for JJ. African lemonade queens for JJ. The boom, chocolate stick activation for JJ. Honeycomb hideout. Yeah, all for JJ. Pistachio butter. That's another one. Okay, we can go on and on, but let's keep going because, Umar, he ain't got no business talking about none of this.
Removed. Why wasn't the joke about Cheryl Underwood's vagina removed? Why wasn't the joke about Cheryl Underwood's husband who committed suicide? So Baba David, they removed all these.
Yeah, they shouldn't did the ones about the unaliving. That was wrong on that one. Pot of mac and cheese. Listen, if you call it a pot of mac and cheese, Umar, you got a serious problem. All right, let's keep going.
Jokes, but left all the jokes insulting black people. If this is the roast of Kevin Hart, why are we talking about George Floyd? If this is the roast of Kevin Hart, why are we talking about slavery and lynching? If this is the
okay, again, the lynching part is too far, but slavery, I mean, people joke about that. I joke about that too.
Roast of Kevin Hart, why are we talking about Cheryl Underwood's husband? They're supposed to be clowning you, sir. You signed up to sell your soul for money to be made a fool.
No, that's not how it works. In roast, they will clown everybody. I mean, people in the audience get clowned, everybody. Yeah. I gotta stay out that chat room. I'm trying my best.
What does that have to do with the rest of black people? Baba David, this was the roast of black America disguised as comedy. It was racist, it was bigoted, and there was nothing funny about it. If it's comedy, Baba.
Yeah, some of it was funny, but I agree with Umar. A lot of it was over the top, but he's not the one to talk because he talks way worse about black people than anything that I shouldn't say anything that there was, because that George Floyd thing was way too far. Anyway.
The audience should find it funny. And if you listen to the audience at the time that the jokes were made, they oohed and ahed. They didn't laugh. They oohed and ahed like, did he really say that?
Yeah, some of them did, some of them didn't, Umar. But there were people that they were offended when some of those jokes were said. That's true.
So you judge the quality of a joke by the audience it's given to. If the audience isn't laughing, and if black people don't find it funny, and we are the consumers and the customers, why would you still try to force this on us? And then he turned around and said,
okay, no one's forcing anything on anyone. If you just don't watch this shit. Okay, don't see, that's what I'm saying. It's overstating. It's not that it was forced on anybody. I chose to watch it because of, my wife was watching it and she was like, wow, did they just say that? I said, what did they just say? I said, that's not funny. So I watched it. And I chose not to be offended. Is it offensive? Yeah, but I'm not going to get offended by this. It's foolishness. And again, not all the jokes were over the top. And I like comedy. Sci-fi and comedy, mainly sci-fi. I don't like sci-fi comedies, though. By the way, I take my sci-fi serious. But it's not that anyone is forcing anything on anybody. Just choose not to watch the shit. And then if you watch it and you get offended, then okay, you got offended. Okay, big deal. That's life. Now, if you want to watch it for criticism purposes and then give analysis, that's cool. But don't overstate this shit. They forced this on us, and it's a roast of all of Black America. No, cut it out.
The Tony Hinchcliffe, the racist guy who made a lot of these jokes, he made the George Floyd joke. He said Tony Hinchcliffe had the best set of the night. So not only did he defend these racists.
Yeah, that joke wasn't funny. So I wasn't offended, but I just didn't find it funny. Yeah, a lot of stuff that was said wasn't funny. There was some stuff that was funny to me, but a lot of it wasn't funny, right? But again, comedy, like I was saying, it's comedy is subjective. It really is. Okay, second quarter, 6 minutes and 10 seconds to go. San Antonio up 59-34. Okay, but they just took a timeout because New York has gone on it's just a mini run. So they just took a timeout. He traveled too, right there. That's crazy. Anyway.
He turned around and rewarded him by saying on the Breakfast Club that he had the best set of the night. Kevin Hart is a coon, and it hurts me to say that my Philadelphia brother is a coon.
Here he goes. So he's using racial epithets. See, I don't use that term. I don't. I don't use Negro either. I have dropped some N-bombs in the I have. I must admit. I gave myself an allotment. First it was two a year, then I said I'll give myself 3. But I ran through them like within the first month of this year, so I said that ain't gonna work. I just stopped using it. You're right. They don't be calling the traveling. I said, "Oh, let them play. Okay, here we go.
Coon, but he's a coon. And hopefully one day he'll wake up and right his wrongs with the Black community. But for him to stand in solidarity with these white racist comics, Baba David is very disheartening. And keep in mind, Tony Hinchcliffe is a MAGA Republican who opened up for one of Donald Trump's political speeches. Why was he invited to your roast at all?
You see, I'm not offended by the N-bomb. I'm not. I mean, I'm talking about how Black people use it. I'm not offended. If I was called it by a Black person, I'm not tripping. That's how we used to talk growing up. So I'm not offended. Now, the other one is a problem. But if a white person called me that, I'm not going to get offended by that. I'll probably start laughing at them because they ain't going to do shit. You know what I'm saying? So you could say that all you want to, but you going to do some shit? Right? So now if people call my children that, I would take issue. But me personally, no. It's just not that serious. And the same thing, if people call in my children the N-bomb from the Black community, or the way we used to say it, I would ask them not to do that. Right? And if they keep doing it, I probably would have a problem. But calling me that, no, I'm not tripping. That's how we grew up around. It's no big deal. And then the other one though with the ER on it, that's a problem. Okay. All right, let's keep going.
Why was he even allowed at the roast?
It was a setup.
Why didn't you invite none of the Black comedians? All of the males were white except Naeem, his friend. Everybody else was white.
Okay, then all of they weren't all white then. And is Rock white too then? His last name Johnson. He's a descendant of Frederick Douglass too. Dwayne Johnson. He's also a descendant of Frederick Douglass. He white too? What you talking about, Goofy? He always exaggerating too.
Out at the roast.
It was
Why
a setup.
Didn't you invite none of the Black comedians? All of the males were white except Naeem, his friend. Everybody else was white.
Okay, was Cat Williams white too? Cat Williams white now, allegedly. Cat Williams, listen, I'm sorry, but your black card's been revoked. Allegedly, you're not black anymore.
Were the black comics, you know, it just shows us, Bobby David, that a lot of our black celebrities, most of our black celebrities, will do anything.
Larry, don't do that, Larry. His daddy black, he black, and I think his mama Samoan. That's black. That's Asian black. That's the two black, the Asian community. The Samoans are black, and the Filipinos. They call it as the black or the Asians. Let me stop. It's true, because there was some Samoans, some East Side Piru. I don't even know if they was East Side Piru. There was Bloods, and the East Side Piru was scared of them back in the day. My cousins included. They was crazy. The Samoan set, I said, man, they was big too. I said, man. All right, let's keep going.
And let me say this: this is not all about Kevin Hart. This is not all about Kevin Hart. This is about Black America too, Baba. And the reason I say that, we have made it comfortable for non-black people to use the N-word, which we shouldn't be using it ourselves.
Look who's talking. Look who's talking. Do I need? I'm not gonna pull up the SETI rant, because then my channel get this video get demonetized every time. It happens every time.
We have allowed people to make fun of us throughout our recent history. So this is a case of the chickens coming home to roost. Even when I look at we let them get away 5 years of the acquittal of the police, but look at the price she had to pay for that. You know, I really feel for Sister Cheryl Underwood, because this is a case of the chickens coming home to roost.
You hear the terminology? Chickens coming home to roost. Cut it out. What you think, you Malcolm X talking about a comedy roast? What are you talking about? We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. And we smoked the rock afterwards. Cut it out, Umar. Yeah, it was a Samoan set. I don't know what it was called, but they were ruthless.
Even when I look at the other comedians, even the ones who expressed some disagreement with what Kevin Hart did, Baba, a lot of them only found fault with the George Floyd joke.
He sure did. Thank you for bringing that up. Let me pull that up right quick. Umar, you're not the one to talk, homeboy. San Antonio up to 64-40 with 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go in the second quarter. All right, here we go right here. Matter of fact, let me pull up each one of these. So some of you guys may be familiar with King Randall. He's a young brother that actually started a school, and he did it with a lot less money to get started than Umar. And at a certain point, King Randall was trying to get Umar to come out to his school to, I guess, give a lecture to the children there, to his students. And I want to show you guys what happened, what came out of this. So let me start with this right here. Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. This is an excellent example. Yeah, San Antonio up 64-40. They are now up 66-40. So King Randall, LOL. I ain't got time to. Oh, so this is the wrong one. Let me go back to this one. So King Randall, this is from July 24th of 2024. Yep, I tried, because they were talking about Umar. Yep, I tried to collaborate and bring him to my school to speak a few years ago. Paid him $2,500. So this was probably somewhere around 2022. Paid him $2,500 along with purchasing the flights. He canceled day before and never gave us a refund. Charged it to the game and kept it moving. All right. And then here's another one. LOL, I ain't got time to be lying on nobody. Mind you, I used to defend this man with my whole chest. He did, because he made comments, and I believe that they were directed at me because he was defending Umar, saying that people shouldn't make fun of him and critique him. But I remember I said it even back then. This was years ago. I said, King Randall, he gonna figure it out. Watch. I thought it would be a great idea for him to come to my school and speak, as he has a school also. Okay, and that's incorrect. He doesn't have a school. He didn't have a school in 2024. He still didn't have a school. He has abandoned buildings. Took the money, canceled the day before, ghosted me, and got mad because I said something. And then he provided the text. So, good afternoon. I'm going to have to cancel my participation in this weekend's conference. Please send your PayPal email address to return of deposit. Thankfully. That's Umar saying. This is from Umar. And then pay the X for boys using PayPal.me. So he provided that, King Randall. And then after a while, I said, did something happen? Umar didn't respond. And then April 26th of 2022, $3,246.70 would be the full total, including the flight. Let me know when we can expect the return. Thanks so much. Okay, the following month, May 2nd of 2022, Umar still hadn't replied. Good morning, was checking in to see when we should expect the payment back. Umar didn't respond. A month later, good afternoon, Dr. Umar. Will you not be sending us our funds back for the event? And then June 2nd, Umar finally responded, good afternoon. I'm still awaiting the refund from Delta Airlines due to disrespectful remarks you made online regarding my withdrawal from your conference. 50% of the deposit will be returned along with the full cost of the flight once it has been refunded. So arbitrarily, Umar is going to just keep 50%. He's a con man. And then King Randall responded, unfortunately, when someone doesn't return text, etc., after a month, it was more than a month, you start to think they just skipped out on you. Common courtesy would have been to say, hey, this is happening, etc., not just ignore someone. Keep communicating would have been great. I'm sorry, I can't read this all that well because if it was all black text, it would be easier for me. Secondly, I didn't disrespect you. I was the one who defended you publicly, etc. All I said was I paid and you didn't show up nor give us our refund back. I didn't have an issue with the withdrawal from the conference. I was totally cool with it because it became an issue when you wouldn't respond, when a simple text would have been cool. I'm sure if the roles were reversed, you would have a lot to say yourself. Also, I fly Delta all the time. They don't do refunds. See, Umar lying. They give credits, e-credits. Don't worry about the flight. We didn't give you half a deposit, so we expect that in full. Our funds have zero to do with me telling the truth. Thanks so much. And Umar responded, nigga, please. I wonder if Umar ever refunded him. He should have took him to court. If he did, he should have took him to court. Just so that it could be public record. This guy, he's a scammer. Umar's a scammer. And King Randall, he's a young brother who's actually doing stuff and has been for years now. And to get started with far less money than Umar. By the way, shortly after that, look who pops up. Umar Johnson's daddy. Boy, I'm telling you, this guy right here, diabolical. Mr. Jamal Johnson flew all the way from Philly to come support me in our school. I'm so grateful. Just diabolical. All right. So again, Umar, he's not the one to talk. That's the point. San Antonio up 71-43 with 2 minutes and 26 seconds to go in the second quarter. Let's see if New York can come up with the run going in. Oh, okay. They just hit a three. Okay. Jalen Brunson just hit a three, 71-46. Now's the time with 2 minutes left to go on a little mini run to go into halftime. Let's see what happens. All right, let's get back to the main video. Thank you guys so much. Make sure if you're enjoying the show to hit that like button. Our goal is 400 likes. Also, make sure you vote on the poll. All right, here we go.
Find fault with the slavery joke. They didn't find fault with the lynching joke. A lot of black people, including the comedians, only saw a problem with the George Floyd joke. Well, guess what, Bobby David? I got a problem with them because the slavery joke is way more humiliating than the George Floyd joke. The lynching joke is way more
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
More humiliating than the George Floyd joke. You know why? Tens of millions of Africans died during slavery. Tens of thousands of Africans were lynched in this country. So when you make a joke about enslavement, you're laughing.
Yeah, but there's an issue of currency, like what's taking place in more current, like, you know, what do they call that? Currency bias. Okay, most people, from what I've seen, most people, they're not as offended by the jokes about slavery than they were about the joke about George Floyd. That, from what I've seen.
At tens of millions. When you make a joke about lynching, you're laughing at tens of millions of our ancestors. There were way more lynching victims, way more slavery victims than there were George Floyd victims. So,
what the fuck are you talking about? That don't even make sense. Why would you try to compare the two? Okay, so if someone gets unalived, then there's going to be other unalived victims too, even though it was only one person? What are you talking about? Umar just be running his mouth. San Antonio up 73-47, 73-49. Little mini run. Okay, if they should be trying to get this down to 20 going into halftime. We'll see.
There were way more lynching victims, way more slavery victims than there were George Floyd victims. So the fact that you got black people who are willing to
so stupid.
say all of the other jokes were acceptable.
San Antonio just
the only joke that should not have been made was the George Floyd joke. I got a problem with them Negroes.
For real. I was really offended when they talked about Cheryl Underwood's husband. I say, that's not even funny. You talk about the man that committed suicide. That was.
Yeah, I agree. That's never funny. I totally agree with that.
Really distasteful to me. I just don't. And Cheryl, you know, she said, I got to get this check. She said, they told me to say these things, else I ain't gonna get my check. And I would say, well, at what price does your dignity cost?
Right. And, you know, I really feel for Sister Cheryl Underwood because being a beautiful, dark-skinned queen,
he has to say dark-skinned because he's a colorist.
I know she's been through a lot in the comedy industry, this racist white comedy industry, and to see her up there treated like that and to see Kevin Hart laughing at her like that, you know, it was a shame. On one hand, I'm disappointed in her because she knows better. On the other hand, Baba David, I know how difficult her path has been.
Okay, so real quick, San Antonio going into halftime up 76-49. So they have a 27-point lead. Is that right? My goodness gracious. All right.
And shortly after the roast, they did announce that Cheryl Underwood would be getting her own Netflix special, executive produced by Kevin Hart. So they're trying to clean it up by saying she's getting a special and Kevin Hart is going to executive produce it. But look at the price she had to pay for that. Look at the price she had to pay for that. But I am very happy, and I want to give kudos to all the Africans around the world, not just the American Africans who stood up to Netflix, said they did not appreciate what happened. They needed to know that, Baba David, because that was a test, too. They were testing us to see if we can bring back the minstrel show. The only thing that was missing from that Kevin Hart minstrel show called The Roast, the only thing missing from the Kevin Hart minstrel show hosted by Netflix is the white comedians did not have on blackface.
I was going to say blackface.
The only thing missing, Baba, was blackface. If Tony
Oh, cut it out. That's what I mean. He always got to take things too far.
Hinchcliffe and Shane Gillis would have painted their faces black, you would have had a 100% reenactment of an 1800s minstrel show.
No, that's not true, Umar. Stop.
That's amazing. But listen, we got to take a break. We got Germantown Joe on the front line when we come.
Father David was like, that's amazing. Powerful.
We're going to go to Germantown Joe and hear what he has to say today on New Worldview. We'll be right back. And as far as Kevin Hart, maybe he is in too deep now. He is in so deep, he don't want to downsize his lifestyle. They done got to paying him some money.
Yeah, it's not the issue of lifestyle because he's made more than enough money to be set for life. I don't think that's it. Now, I did say in another video that, yeah, it may be that he's in too deep because they may have stuff, and this is me on the conspiracy level, they may have information on Kevin Hart videos or who knows what else, because Hollywood. And so he has to kind of play the role, right? That's possible. That's just putting on my conspiracy theory hat. But in terms of financially, I don't think so. I think he's set for life. I don't think that's an issue at all.
And he knows that if he say no, the money might go.
I understand that. It's just a price that I wouldn't want to pay. But, we have so.
Well, Umar, you don't want to pay for anything. Furthermore, you don't work a job or have a legitimate business, so you get money for free. So it's a false equivalency. All right. Anyway.
So many other things that we have to deal with now. And I definitely agree with my brother that the Democrats and Republicans are all one party as far as black people are concerned. But we still can't see it. We still can't see it. And like I said, with everything going on right now, from Cyrus Carmack Belton to Carmelo Anthony to the rolling back of the 1965 Voting Rights Act, all of this stuff, the white Democrats are quiet. The black Democrats are quiet. I don't see nothing coming out of the Congressional Black Caucus. Most of them are afraid they're going to lose their seats anyway. But what was so sad about the verdict in the Rick Child case, murdering 14-year-old brother Cyrus, and condolences to his family, rest in peace to him, a lot of people went back 35 years, Bobby David, to Latasha Harlings. If you remember, in Los Angeles, one of the things that gave rise to the Rodney King riot wasn't just the verdict of the acquittal of the police who beat Rodney King, but a few weeks after Rodney King, the sister Latasha Harlings was shot in the back of her head by a Asian female store owner.
I remember. I think she was Korean,
and she didn't steal nothing either. She put the drink back up on the counter.
Yeah, I don't remember that,
if memory serves me correctly. And the Asian woman followed her out the store, shot her in the back of the head, and only ended up with about 5 years of probation, Baba David. That was the punishment. So we're seeing how Asians, as a temporary probationary white group, they're actually getting the same type of.
No. See, that's what I mean. You can make a good point, but then you take shit too far. Asians are not a probationary white group. Again, he just be taking it too far. He be making some good points sometimes, but then he gotta go nuclear. That's what he said, probationary.
Exoneration of accountability when they harm black people as white people get, because these two cases are almost identical and they are 35 years apart, which shows you, Bobby Davis.
I don't know if that's true. I would have to look into that. So he says Latasha Harlings, was Latasha Harding pursued by he said it was a Korean this time, so that's not the same. Because the other guy's a Chinese guy. Was he pursued? Did Latasha Harding have a weapon? He said that Latasha Harding was shot in the head. So was the young brother shot in the head? I don't think he was shot in the head. Yeah. What's true? What's true exactly about the yeah, I don't remember that from back in the day. Of course, obviously, I'm from Southern California, so clearly I remember the whole situation with Rodney King. Yeah, I followed that closely too, including the case. And then when they were acquitted, it was wild out there in Southern California. Oh, okay. You saying that she was a kid? Okay, well that would be something that is in common. Okay, you're saying that, yeah, he said that she was shot in the back of the head, but that's not the same as being shot in the back. Oh, she was 12? Yeah, I don't even remember that. If I looked it up, I may remember, but I don't remember that. I'm sure I would have, though. Yeah. It was on camera? Yeah, then I probably have seen it. Yeah, because that was I was still in high school back then. Yeah, so that was in the early 90s. Yeah, so I probably saw it. I just, yeah, I can look it up. Yeah, she was going to pay for the juice. Yeah, I can look it up. Yeah, I don't want to get too sidetracked on this. I'm just saying, is it because he says it's the same, it's like the same thing. I don't think that it's the same thing.
They're actually getting the same type of exoneration of accountability when they harm black people as white people get, because these two cases are almost identical, and they are 35
Okay, well, he did say almost identical. Okay, so
years apart, which shows you,
35,
Bobby
man.
David, that you didn't have Bill Clinton, you didn't have George Bush, you didn't have Barack Obama, you didn't have Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump again, and still Asians can get away with murdering black people.
What is your perspective on this xenophobia in South Africa? You got these black South African basically attacking other African, blaming them for all type of stuff. I just want to get your perspective on that.
Thank you.
As far as the xenophobia goes, which is not only a South African problem, we obviously have that issue here in the States on both sides. You have continental Africans who come to the United States who do look down upon American Africans.
Yeah, well, I just watched the video. It's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. And he said that she did the store owner got parole. Is that true? Let me look this up. I don't remember. I haven't seen that video, because if I'd have seen it, I would remember it to this day. So, dude was tried and convicted of voluntary manslaughter over the killing based on, in part, the security camera footage. So she was convicted. Let's see what the it was 13 days after the videotape police being around. Yeah, I never seen that video. I don't even remember this. So it says prison for, okay, so the jury found Due guilty of voluntary manslaughter, an offense that is punishable by imprisonment in the state prison for 3 to 6 or 11 years. Why would they say voluntary manslaughter? However, the trial judge, Joyce Carlin, sentenced Due to 5 years of probation, 10 years of suspended prison, 400 hours. Yeah, that's crazy. 400 hours of community service and payment of a $500 fine and Harlan's funeral costs. That is crazy. My goodness, who's Joyce Carlin? Joyce Ann Carlin Fahey. She's still alive at 75 years. I don't know. Boy, why would they? Anyway, yeah, I watched the video. That's crazy. Okay, let's keep on.
It is real, and I don't have a problem admitting that as a Pan Africanist, but it's not everybody. And you also.
And then it says that Carlin was born in Caracas, Venezuela. During her childhood, Carlin lived in several countries, including Italy, Germany, and Argentina. She is fluent in English and Spanish. Her family moved to Chicago. Carlin received a degree from the Loyola University of Chicago School of Law. She is Jewish. So she's not Venezuelan. Well, she was born in Caracas, Venezuela, but she's actually Jewish. Okay.
We'll have American Africans who look down upon immigrant Africans. But again, it's not everybody. But if we go back to Chancellor Williams' seminal work of the destruction of African civilization, I recommend that everybody go and read that book by the late, great Grandmaster teacher, Dr. Chancellor Williams. In that book, at the very beginning, he starts off by letting us know that the tribalism in Africa was not created by the white man. It was already there. The white man only exploited it to his own personal gain. We were already at each other's necks before the white man showed up. And being at each other's necks, practicing tribalism over collective solidarity is what gave the white man an advantage over us then. And
it says Joyce Fahey has been a Manhattan Beach resident for more than 30 years. Joyce served as a city council member and mayor for 8 years, as well as a school board trustee. Joyce and her husband have one daughter who is a junior at a particular college. I don't know. She's retired Superior Court judge and has been a mediator and arbitrator for the Alternative Resolution Center, ARC, for the past 8 years. I don't know how current this particular Manhattan Beach Youth Council program here. Anyway, let's keep going.
It is an advantage that he maintains over us now. So that self-hate, that tribalism, that need to always promote the small me over the big me has always been a problem for African people throughout the diaspora. This is why we have gangs that fight each other in neighborhoods. This is why you have countries that fight each other. This is why you have ethnic tribes and nationalities that fight each other. The African race has a self-hate tribal problem that predates the white man, but was made worse since the white man. Now,
again, you always saying something negative.
Specifically in South Africa, we have to understand the South African is probably the most oppressed African in the world who lives in a society completely dominated by Caucasians, right? 1994, apartheid never fell. Nelson Mandela was nothing more than the Barack Obama of South Africa. He gave them an illusion of inclusion.
Again, he's always talking shit about black people who are far successful. It's a jealousy thing with Umar. Barack Obama, any successful black person who has a large following, a large audience, is recognized globally, Umar takes shots at, including Nelson Mandela. And then one time he get up there and talk about how if he could have a wife, it would be someone like Winnie Mandela. I said, here we go. Yeah, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant.
And it wasn't until after he was out of office that Black South Africa saw that it was nothing but a smokescreen. Same thing with Barack Obama here in the States. With that being said, the South African is trying to survive. They're trying to survive. And so when they see other Africans come from other places and get jobs above them, or are willing to take a lower pay when they are fighting for higher pay,
that's
it
right,
does smack of a sabotage, and it does smack of a betrayal. It does not justify the xenophobia. It does not justify the crime and the violence.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Patrick says, what would attract some of her, someone like her caliber to him, meaning Winnie Mandela? Well, Umar, he lives in a delusional world. He thinks every single woman wanted him in the first place. But the other thing is that it's part of this enmeshment issue with his mama. Umar likes, he'll go for anything, but he wants someone who's, older and is a mothering type of mother figure type. Okay. And when he made those comments, Winnie Mandela, I don't know, she was probably in her 70s. Yeah, he is. He's truly delusional. Yeah, he wants someone who's like a servant, because he even did this video. It's from 2024, where he was saying, he was talking about the type of woman that he wants, the type of wife. He says, you need someone who they basically can take care of you and wipe the slobber off of your face. I said, what are you, a toddler? Anyone remember that? Got to find that video again. He's sick.
This is what I would say to Black South Africa, who I love and respect. I spend a lot of time in South Africa. I love it there. But it's the same thing I would say to Black America.
I love it there.
If you have a problem with African immigrants coming into your country, where is your Department of Foreign Affairs? Where is...
Okay, Umar, where's your Department of Foreign Affairs? In your mama closet?
The reception committee for new Africans. In other words...
Umar, where's your reception committee? Inside your mama closet?
When a Nigerian or Ghanaian comes to South Africa, okay, when a Liberian or a Togolese comes to America, how do we receive them? Do we welcome them as part of our family? Do we sit them down and give them an orientation? Do we...
Umar, you don't have a family.
Let them know the do's and the don'ts of being part of our community? Do we let them know how they can go about seeking employment or getting our help and support in order to acclimate them?
Umar, you need to seek employment.
...themselves to the new environment? We don't do anything to welcome them in. We don't do anything to help them and acclimate them and acculturate them. So how can you be upset that they end up doing something that works against your best interest when you did not establish a line of communication?
What are you talking about, Umar? What? All right. All right. Blackwood says Umar called the pastor a. Yeah, he did. He called the pastor a coon internet. He sure did. Y'all want me to pull that one up? Because earlier Umar was saying we shouldn't use the N-word. Let me see if that populates. Hold on, because I don't remember what the pastor's name was, but I have it. No, that's not coming up, but let me see if it comes up under this. No, it's not coming up, but I do have the one where he called the guy in the audience a dusty N-word. Let me see. Hold on one second.
Listen to Dr. Umar. Black men have no business in a room with white women by yourself.
Umar's so sloppy. The dashiki wrinkled. Man, this dashiki is so wrinkled. The iron looked at it and stopped working. Look at this.
Well, if that's your opinion, so be it. You don't know what you're talking about. Sure, whatever. I don't even know who's running their mouth.
It don't matter.
I'm gonna stay focused.
Umar got his juice. He's like a big old. Umar's like a toddler. He got his juice up on the stage in the bottle. See, he got his little rag, that RBG rag. That's his coping mechanism.
What has always bothered me in my work is when people don't care for Dr. Umar. Why do you bother to bring your ass out to my lecture if you got a problem with me? Take your dusty ass home.
Okay, he said Dusty A and then N-word.
Take your dusty ass home.
I forgot about that one. There's so many other examples too. The SETI rant is the worst one though. Yeah, and it was an elder too. Yeah, you know Umar. Let me let the rest play. Y'all see it.
I wouldn't go nowhere to listen to somebody I don't like. It ain't my fault. I'm the most requested black scholar in the world.
Okay. And Cheyenne Bryant does the same thing. And I forgot what the term is for this, but it's a psychological thing. Well, when they're questioned about something or when they're challenged, they'll start talking about all their accomplishments and how great they are, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what, and it's all fictional, but that's what Umar Johnson does. He does this consistently.
It ain't my fault I look better than your ass. It ain't my fault I got more credentials than everybody you know.
Yeah, I think it's weird too when men try to compare themselves and how they look to other men. I just think it's weird.
Hey, if you got a question, ask your question. Ask the question, big dog. Elder.
See that? It's an elder too.
Elder, you got to roll out. I didn't even know that was an elder. That hurts my heart.
Oh, cut it out. Here we go. He's the victim. San Antonio up 81-52 with 9 minutes and 33 seconds left to go in the third. Okay, it's Knicks. They can still make a run.
But we're not going to trip y'all because we have a lot of mental illness in our community. I don't know what's going on with my.
So he's trying to say that this guy, elder, has mental illness now. See this? Yeah, it is. D. Will. It's all performative with this guy. But see, he can't deal with the criticism, so he has to demean and disparage the elder. You know, I look better than you, blah blah blah. But you have mental health issues. What are you talking about, Umar? You're projecting.
Brother, it could be a psychotic issue. It could be a, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to trip. He was an elder. I thought he was a young boy. because you didn't listen to.
All right. Yeah, Wemby just elbowed. I think it was inadvertent, but he elbowed. I can't remember this guy. He used to play for Minnesota. I can't remember his name right now. Looks like they're checking his teeth and stuff. He's Dominican too, by the way. I just found that out. I know I said Dominica yesterday. I was boy.
Dr. Umar, black men have no business in a room with white women by yourself.
Umar funny. All right, let's get back to main video.
I'm saying that the black South African, just like the black American, is also at fault because we're not organizing with these immigrants to create some sort of camaraderie and solidarity to prevent the xenophobia from taking place in the first place.
You know what? It's so interesting that you say that because I've been a promoter of Africa Town.
Yeah, the refs are looking at that elbow too. I think it was inadvertent, but he has a bit of a history because he had elbowed. Was it elbow? Yeah, he had elbowed someone, and I think it was in round 2, and then he had something else happen the last game. We'll see what happens.
For years, I started working with Akana back in 2004, and we came up with this idea of Vofi, Jabate, and I. We talked about it.
We're at 278 likes. Our goal is 400. If you enjoy the show, make sure you hit that like button. And then the poll question for today: what is a reasonable amount of time for Umar Johnson to open up a fully functional school? 68% said 1 to 5 years, 10% said 6 to 10 years, 2% said 11 to 15 years, 20% said 16 years or more. Some people, they voted 20 years, 16 years or more to be funny. That's fine though. Let's keep going. Here we go.
Use each other as a sound springboard, and now here this come to fruition. And our objective from the very beginning was to bridge the gap between continental Africans and Africans born here in America. We say, why should we be against each other when we have a common enemy, and we could work together and become a stronger community? And that's what I wanted to say about, you mentioned about tribalism in Africa. But they have tribalism from everywhere. Look at the Italians. They had tribalism. They had the mafia gangs to help support each other. They look at the Chinese. They had tribalism. The Russians, they have tribalism. But they don't act the way that they do towards each other as we do here, as they do towards Africans born in America. They
always had rules of engagement, Bobby David. Mm-hmm. So even if we look at the 5 families of the mafia, there were rules that everybody agreed to.
Here he goes.
They had the commission. And even though they were at odds, they had rules. No children can be murdered, no elders, no women. If you take the life
Umar think he know everything.
of a child, an elder, or a woman, we're taking your life. There were still rules. That's why you have a League of Nations. That's why you have the United Nations. That's why you had an Arab League, right? That's why you have the European Union. Because even if we fight, there got to be rules to this so we don't undermine the best interests of the race. And the problem with African people yesterday and today, we don't want to put the race first. We don't want to see the greater good of all of us versus the greater good of some of us.
We got Jacob on the phone. As my producer told me, we got to take a break. Jacob, hold on. We're going to come back to you, straight to you, right after this brief break.
And shout out to my big brother Jacob there. I would definitely have to agree to disagree. No one's career is more important than the self-respect of their race. Not to say that's what he meant, but that's what I want to clarify and say what my position is. We've come too far. We've been through too much. Nobody's ambition, agenda, professional work, career outweighs the respectability of a community. No other group would allow that. There's no other race of people who would let one of their comedians get on a stage for a Netflix special with 13.5 million people watching and allow people to insult them. If that is the case, where were the Jewish jokes at? I want to see
you want him?
the roast of a Jewish comedian, and I want to see jokes made about the Holocaust. This ain't got nothing to do with race, right? This is just comedians doing what they do. Where?
There are a lot of Jewish comedians, though. I haven't seen any roast of any Jewish comedians, though. I can look it up, though. All right. UG5 says Father David points to the mafia as Italians supporting each other. I know. I didn't even catch that. He points to the mafia as Italians supporting each other. He knows nothing about how they exploited their own communities for over a century. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. I didn't even think about it because they just be running their mouth. So I'm just trying to get through it. But it's true. It's true. Thank you, user 225. It's a good point right there. Very good point. Let me get caught up with these super chats. I think there was 2 more in here. Tibbity Tappity says that's a freaking moo-moo. You talking about what Umar had on right here?
Well, if that's your opinion, so be it. You don't know what you're talking about. Sure, whatever. I don't even know who's running their mouth.
It don't matter.
I'm going to stay focused.
Yeah, it don't matter.
What has always bothered me in my work is when people don't care for Dr. Umar. Why do you bother to bring your ass out to my lecture if you got a problem with me? Take your dusty ass home.
He was so mad. Look at Umar. He was so mad. He's like a little toddler throwing a tantrum. Big old baby. Look at him. Side-eyeing. He's just so mad. Man, Umar, he's something else. Thanks, Tiffany Tabby. Thanks you 225. And then Tyler says he got the answers for all the world's problems, but never mind teaching kids. He can't even raise his own kids. What kind of man? You're absolutely right about that. And it's true. Umar, he thinks he knows everything. I mean, Father David could ask him a question about Mars. And Umar, he'll start running his mouth. Well, you know, on Mars, there's about 5 different sections that we think there's life. There's also a big cave that's on the northern side of the western planet. What? And then he keep going. Yeah, he think he knows everything. He has all the answers, but he don't even take care of his own kids. Thank you, Tyler. Rated 4 for Robin says, if Kevin Hart donated to FMG, Umar wouldn't have a negative thought or comment about Kevin. I agree. If you send him that money, Umar, he'll probably be like, you know, that roast wasn't that bad. You guys are tripping. Y'all doing too much. You know, Umar. Black people always complain because you always got some shit to say about me. Black people always complaining. He came to do a roast without black people complaining. You need to understand, understand. I said you need to Yeah, if Kevin Hart dropped 50 grand on Umar, he'll be out here defending Kevin Hart, glazing. He'll start defending the white comedians that made those inappropriate jokes. George Floyd wasn't even white. See? He sure would, because it's all about that money. Thank you, rated R for Robin. YouTube 5 says Umar Johnson's shirt's as wrinkled as his. LeBron is the face of the NBA. User 225 is the face of the Cookie Crush. All right. Now, you know, LeBron, it could be argued that he's no longer the face of the NBA because of, I'm going to tell you this, if Wemby wins this championship, he will be the face of the NBA. Inevitably, he will be, but he will become the face of the NBA. Okay. Okay. Thank you, user 5 for the super chat. Shout out to my Mars Africans. Yeah, shout out to anybody from Mars tuning in. We appreciate you. You know, I love me some sci-fi. We appreciate you. Let me check in on this game. San Antonio up 81-59. Okay, so it looks like, and there's 7 minutes and 53 seconds to go. And if they're going to make a run, they need to do it now. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, Brunson just missed the shot. San Antonio controlled the rebound. Okay. All right. Thank you, Tyler. And again, shout out to all of our Mars Africans in the buildings. All right. All right. Let's get back to it because I want to finish this the whole thing today.
The Jewish is going to be subject to the same type of racial insult that we had to deal with that night.
Okay. I'm going to look this up. Because I do know that there were Jewish excuse me, comedians in the Richard Pryor roast, and Richard Pryor went on them. But I think Umar, more specifically, he's saying a roast of a comedian who's Jewish. I'm going to look that up.
Never see.
Netflix wouldn't put that on.
American comedian do that. You don't see no Mexican, no Arab, no Jew. They only did that to black people. And like I said, Baba David, they are testing us right now. White America is saying that these people have not been organized in a meaningful, non-religious way since the civil rights era and the black power movement. And if we do not get organized, Baba, they're going to crush us. If we let them get away with these all-white juries, they're going to bring back all-white juries. Do you know how much judicial hell we had to go through to get black people seated on a jury? And we're going to let them go back to an all-white jury? And remember, Trayvon Martin's murderer, George Zimmerman, he had an all-white jury that acquitted him. So they've been working on this for.
Okay, so what's coming up is, yes, several high-profile Jewish comedians have been the guests of honor at formal televised roasts. Most notably, Joan Rivers, which I never thought she was funny. Joan Rivers, she was roasted by the New York Friars Club in 2009. Also, comedian Jeff Ross, widely known as the Roastmaster General, is Jewish and routinely but he wasn't actually roast. He wasn't the focal point of the roast. So all I see for a quick look back at the roast of, also there's someone named, furthermore, Jewish comedians often appear on panels where their background is heavily targeted with self-deprecating humor. For example, during the Comedy Central roast of James Franco, fellow Jewish comedians Nick Kroll and Seth Rogen took direct aim at Jewish stereotypes. Okay, so Umar, you're not even, you just do too much. You do too much. Oh, let's keep going. Just be lying.
Wow, Bobby David. And now that they have an unapologetically racist president in Donald Trump, they're going to try to roll the whole.
Yeah, I understand that. But I'm talking about people who are of Jewish descent, if that makes sense to people. Okay.
Whole thing out at the same time and basically get black people to psychologically acquiesce to the return of overt, aggressive white supremacy.
I understand they even may be trying to put us back into slavery.
Well,
here he go.
Have a South Carolina.
This is what I mean.
Said that
this is what I mean. They take it too far. They just take too far.
Is hoping that the U.S. Supreme Court will revisit the 14th Amendment. And as you know, it was the 14th Amendment that allegedly on paper, gave black people the right to citizenship and to equal protection under the law and a right to due process. So you got these white folks saying we might have to revisit the 14th Amendment, which would basically say that just because you're born in America, including black people, just because you're born in America doesn't automatically make you an American. So that's going to be their next target. But again, they rolling it out nice and slow. First, they're doing an all-white jury. They did the Kevin Hart roast. They did the Rick Child acquittal. And they're just going to keep on hitting us, Baba, because Donald.
Okay, let me just read this just for clarification purposes. So a Jew is anyone who belongs to the Jewish people, which is an ethno-religious group defined by shared ancestry, culture, and religious tradition. I'm not so much talking about the religious aspect of this, okay, more about the shared ancestry and not even the culture, but the shared ancestry. Ashkenazi refers to a specific sub-ethnic group of Jews whose ancestors settled in Central and Eastern Europe. And then the relationship, Jew is a broader overarching identity, like saying Asian or European. Right? And then, I guess they say also Asian race and European race, so black race. So I guess you could say the Jewish race too, I guess. Okay, again, it's a social construct in the first place. And then definition, an ethno-religious group tracing its origins to the ancient Israelites of the Middle East, origins, the historical land of Israel, and then demographics, there are about 15 million Jewish people globally. Other groups, including other distinct branches like Sephardic, Mediterranean Spanish, or Mizrahi, Middle Eastern / Northern African Jews. And then culture and practice, core religious texts is Torah, and holidays are shared across all groups. Now, I just want to make it clear that what I'm talking about is someone who, not so much about the culture and not so much and not about the religious aspect of this, but dealing with the broader overarching identity. That's what I was referring to. Okay, let's keep going.
Trump, here's the crazy thing, Baba, and I hate to state it. I don't want to remind no American Africans of this reality, Baba, and I don't know why his time in office is moving so slow. But are you aware that after this year, Baba, now June is the 6th month, so we're almost halfway through the year when July 1st comes, right? So we're not even halfway through 2026. Donald Trump still has 2 full years of office left after this year, Baba.
Look at the damage he's done already.
Baba, he did all this in 1 year and a half. He's done all of this in a year and a half. This man still got a year and a half. He still got 2 full years.
And no resistance from the black community. No resistance.
Well, here's the problem, Baba. We're making a mistake, too. We're making a mistake. The political mistake we're making is we're assuming that Donald Trump is doing this by himself. When Baba Jacobs said that there's a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, I don't know what he means by that racially. Because racially speaking, I would challenge anybody to show me the difference between the Democrats and Republicans as it relates to black policy for black people. Show me that in the post-Dr. King era. I would love to see it. But here's the issue, Baba. Donald Trump he's an employee, he's not an employer. He is doing what he's being told to do. If the hidden government of this country, and by hidden government, I'm talking about the Council on Foreign Relations, I'm talking about the National Security Council, I'm talking about the Rothschilds and the Warburgs and the Rockefellers.
There he go. He just running his mouth.
I'm talking about the people who really make the decisions in this country.
The 1%ers.
Baba David, if they had a problem with Donald Trump, he would have been out of office.
Right away.
Donald Trump is only the face. And if black people keep focusing on him like he's the problem, and you miss the fact the entire government supports Donald Trump. What did I tell you last show, Baba? I said that when they gutted Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act last month, that wasn't just a Republican thing. Democrats also wanted the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act gutted. Why? Because they don't want to be accountable to black people either. What was Joe Biden doing the last year of his presidency, Baba David? Bringing illegal immigrants into black communities.
Oh, cut it out, Father David. He said sleeping.
Did Joe Biden and Kamala Harris flood New York with migrants? Did they flood Chicago with migrants? Did they flood a dozen other black communities with migrants?
Here in Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. And why did they do it, Baba? To reduce the Democratic Party's dependence on the black vote. We have to stop looking at this thing as Democrat versus Republican. It is not Democrat versus Republican. It is black people versus the United States government.
It's the black people versus the world. We're going to take a break. And we got Tyrone on the phone line waiting to get in after this brief break. And station identification. We'll be right back. What do you?
Okay, quick update. San Antonio's up 87 now to 68 with 3 minutes and 34 seconds to go. If they can close out this third quarter, there's 3 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and keep the score the same. They should win this game. Okay, but we'll see. You never know. You never know. Okay, let me just check real quick on the poll. The poll question: what is a reasonable amount of time for Umar Johnson to open up a fully functional school? 68% said 1 to 5 years. 10% said 6 to 10 years. 2% said 11 to 15 years. 20% said 16 years or more. So make sure you get your vote in during this live stream. We're at 306 likes. Our goal is 400. We have an outside chance to get it. Okay, but we'll see what happens. Okay, let's get back to the video. We're about halfway through, so we should be able to get through all of this. All right, I'm going to record after this live stream. I'm going to record a video for members, and I'll upload it a little bit later on here tonight. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow. I do have to put together a presentation for the whole mold thing. I may do that tomorrow. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see if I have enough time. Okay, let's get back to this video. Thank you guys so much. Here we go.
Say, Dr. Johnson.
Okay, I would say, as we all know, that an idle mind is the devil's workshop. The black community has no infrastructure for itself, and we have no infrastructure for our youth. The reason black youth all over this country, it's on the news every night, it's in the newspaper every day. The reason our youth are flash mobbing all over this country going into supermarkets and going.
Okay, let me say this. It's not you don't own anybody else's kids. You only take care of your own kids. But I want to say this. My kids ain't out there doing that shit. So don't try to put me in there. No, don't even try it.
Going into shopping malls, causing chaos, going downtown into the major business districts and flash mobbing. They're doing it, Baba David, because they have nothing to do. The black community does not care about its children. I'm not speaking about individuals. I'm speaking about as a collective. Where are the summer jobs? Where are the training programs?
Umar, where's your job? How about that? Or legitimate again, if Umar was running a legitimate business, fine. But he ain't even doing that.
Where are the rites of passage? Where are the trade skill building mentorship programs? We don't have anything for them to do. The black community has turned their back on their youth, and now the youth are flash mobbing.
No, not all of us. My kids got stuff to do, and if they ain't got nothing to do, I'll give them something to do. That's one thing about my kids. I'll find something for them to do. I'm serious about that. I don't play that. If they come to me talking about on board, I said, okay, I got something for you. Listen, they actually stopped doing that because at a certain point they figured it out. So I'm bored. I said, all right, you know what? These dishes need to be washed. Oh, Dad. Well, no. You said you bored, so here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna set the water for you. Come on over here. Umar don't know nothing about that. Okay. All right. How's it going, Miss Berger? Says Umar's babble is useless as long as there is no action or even plan of action to back it up. He needs to understand, and overstand it. I totally agree. That's why I named this video, because Umar, what he does is he spends more time running his mouth than anything else, and he's a talker. He's not a doer. Okay, he's all talk, no action. And here we are, 7 years later, still no school. And what he showed the other day, where he's parading around as if these trap bandos are done and ready to go, that's a fiction. It's a lie. They're not ready to go. And he knows that. That's why he doesn't want to have these buildings inspected. Someone made a comment. And matter of fact, let's do this right quick. Let's go back to the video where Umar's up in here trying to act like everything is. Where's the video at? Oh, maybe it's in my downloads folder. Let me see. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Hold on one second. Oh, here it's in here. All right. So here's the video from. That's not it. Is this it? Yeah, this is it right here.
Pan Africanism and Pan Africanism.
Okay, someone brought this up and I didn't think about it. But again, this is part of the lack of action. Umar real talk, Umar could have had all of this, what he's showing here, he could have had all this done within the first 2 months of him acquiring these trap bandos. Why does it take Umar 7 years and 4 months to get to this point? It's crazy. Well, it's because he's no action. Okay, he runs his mouth. It's called Umar babble. Right? Thanks, Ms. Vernica. I want to ask the question because someone had brought this up, and I can't remember who it is because I would credit him if I would remember their name. But they said Umar walks through these buildings. He doesn't show the ceilings in all of the buildings, and some of the rooms. He walks through these classrooms. He doesn't show the ceilings in all these classrooms, and he walks through these classrooms rather quickly. But they said something. They said, did you guys see any like teacher's desk in there or anything outside of those chairs that he shows in one of the classrooms that would prove that these things are ready to go? So let me just play a little bit of this. Y'all let me know.
Peace and Pan Africanism. Peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifa Tunde Oguntade, with a special
mismatched tiles. Just
shout out to all the donors of the Frederick Douglass and Marcus.
You see that big old ridge right there, the warping in the floor? That's not going to pass inspection. That's a tripping hazard. That's an OSHA violation right there. Okay, just within the first 16 seconds, we can see that no, renovations are not complete, but his followers, they so excited right now. You guys, damn, you gonna let this guy do y'all like that? The video forensics is right there, but you gonna let this guy do y'all like that? And every single time, many of you guys been around a long time, it happens every time, hit the one. I remember when he got the electricity turned on, these Umar followers, they were so happy. When he got the water turned on, they was they was real happy about that water, because he was like, look at the water. Ooh, ooh, ooh. He kept making this sound like he was, I don't know, a wildebeest or something. They were so excited. When he got that HVAC put up on the roof, it still don't work. They were so excited. The list goes on and on and on. But this is another example right here. But right there, you can see it. That's not going to pass inspection. This was the first time I saw that, actually, or the other day when we reviewed this video.
Garvey RBG International Leadership Academy. I want to let y'all know, brothers and sisters, that we have waxed the floor, brothers and sisters.
And when he waxed the floor in the gym, people got excited too. I'm about to pull that one up because this is the same. He does this. It's like Umar has a what is the term? Umar has not a playbook. It is a playbook, but he has a routine to manipulate his followers. And he goes back into the playbook. He goes back into the routine, and he does the same shit over and over again, and people get excited. So you see how he's talking about how he waxed? Well, whoop-de-fucking do. You could have done that within the first two months. Why does it take Umar 7 years and 4 months to do this? Let's go back in time right quick to 2021. His followers were really excited about this. Look.
Just wanted to show y'all, my donors and loyal supporters, we just got the gym floor power washed.
You see that black mold over in that corner? Damn. That black mold was in there when the lights were off. And he finally gets the light turned on. This is from June 16th of 2021. In 6 days, it will be 5 years ago. A half a decade. Damn. And that mold, it was in there in 2019 and 2020, and it's still in there in 2021. Way in the back in that corner. It's that black mold going up the wall.
Polished, buffed, the net.
See that? It's polished and buffed. He does the same shit. He does the same thing in 2026 for these rooms. And you notice the buckling in the floor, it's warped. You know what's crazy now that I think about it? I assume that this was the result of water damage from this. If you look at the other side of the court and like right in front of the free throw line, there's this like drainage pipe that's connected right there, and it would back up. The water would back up. And Umar didn't get that cleared up for a long time. But the point is that this right here, I assume that this warping of the floor, it was the result of that. But then I'm thinking, is it possible that it's not water damage? It could be simply a foundation issue, because there is one of these buildings, the foundation failed in 2009. And the reason I'm bringing this up now is because if you go back to
brothers
this video,
and sisters, Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism, peace and Pan Africanism. This is your big brother, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, with a special shout out to all the donors of the Frederick Douglass and Marcus.
so you see in front there, you see the warping in the ground and the floor there. Okay, that wouldn't be water damage, because it would be in the rooms too. So there may be some. I mean, it could be, but I don't know. The point I want to make is that it could be foundation issues in both of these buildings. But it could be water damage from back in the day. This is just the first time I noticed this, but I would think that the water damage, if there was a hole right here in the roof and the water was seeping down, this water damage would be more extensive than this.
Jean-Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium, just letting y'all know. We got our drain cleaned out. We got our doors fixed. We got the heating and cooling done.
I want to show y'all one other thing. So let me let this play. Let me show you something else.
In all the offices, it took all day, but they cleaned
all
it.
day.
They was patient.
That's a lot of work.
They really
Umar,
took
all
care
day.
of it. So we getting ready for the first annual Unapologetically African Festival, brothers and sisters. We getting ready for the first annual Unapologetically African Festival, brothers and sisters. That's what we doing right now. That 3-on-3 basketball tournament for the young princes.
Never
that
happened.
3-on-3 basketball tournament for the young princesses.
Didn't
We're gonna
happen.
paint them walls. We got to paint them walls. We're gonna switch all the lights out to LED. All right. We got to get some new impact pads. We're gonna rip out the floor carpet and all
None
the
of that-
offices.
none of that
Paint
happened.
the offices. Got to get the gym done. And we rolling. So make sure y'all keep on donating. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit the Cash App, $ FDMG School. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy, paypal.me/FDMG Academy, or mail your check or money order payable to FDMG Academy, P.O. Box 9634, Wilmington, Delaware 19809, brothers and sisters. It's the Prince of Pan Africanism at the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy.
Yeah, I was trying to find the video where Umar's in there in 20. I thought it was 2025. There's a whole bunch of filth in there. There's trash all over the place, and then he had made a box, a donation box that said FDMG on it. Anybody remember? Was that 2025 or was that 2026? I'm gonna keep looking for it. I'm gonna come back to it. Let's go back to this other video though. I want you guys again. The question is, do you guys see any desk? And you know, if these trap banners are done and they're ready to go, I'm talking about for teachers.
RBG National Leadership Academy. I want to let y'all know,
was
brothers
last year?
and sisters,
Okay, let me look again.
that we have waxed the floor, brothers and sisters. We have waxed the floor. Your school is ready for decoration.
Hold on one second.
Your school is ready for decoration. I repeat, your school is ready. I want to let y'all know, brothers and sisters, that we have waxed the floor, brothers and sisters. We have waxed the floor. Your school is ready for decoration. I repeat, your school is ready for
Yeah, he said the same thing back in February. This guy, he be lying.
decoration. I repeat, your school, my school,
Them dirty old walls. You see that?
our school,
Floor dirt, dirty.
the first school in American history built by the African diaspora, is ready for decoration, brothers and sisters. We have not gotten our final building inspection. We are being held up, but we are going to be patient and respectful as we can possibly be under the circumstances, brothers and sisters. Your school is ready to be decorated, but we need a certificate of occupancy. Your school is ready to be decorated, but we need a certificate of occupancy. I want to thank all my donors who've been standing with us. We are complete, brothers and sisters. Look at your school. Look at your school, brothers and sisters. We are complete and we are ready to decorate for our children. We are ready to decorate for our community. Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy is ready to operate, brothers and sisters. We are ready to operate, brothers and sisters. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. Hit your PayPal, paypal.me/FDMG Academy. You must donate or you cannot participate. I said you must donate or you cannot participate. Look at those floors, brothers and sisters. We ready. The FDMG Pan Africanists will be learning. We are ready, brothers. And look at the shine on that floor, brothers and sisters. Are y'all ready for academic revolution? Are y'all ready for academic revolution? Are y'all ready for the intellectual insurrection, brothers and sisters? In this holy building, in these sacred classrooms, in these sacred walls, there will be an academic and intellectual revolution like one you have never seen in your life, brothers and sisters. Like one you have never seen in your life. The revolution is coming, academic and intellectual. Black boys will be saved. Black girls will be saved. And the community programming will be off the hook. I said the community programming will be off the hook. I said the community program.
Again, you don't see any teacher's desk or anything like that. And he's saying one thing real quick. I just want to point one thing out and then we'll move on.
And we are ready to decorate for our children. We are ready to decorate for our community.
Yeah, why does he have the toilet thing to clean the toilet sitting up on
Oh,
the
brothers
counter?
and sisters, we are complete and we are ready to decorate for our children.
You see this? It's probably, well, anyway, man, this guy, I think it's the same one he was using to clean the toilet. If memory serves me correctly, this guy, yeah, oh man, you right. And he got the plunger. I just noticed it. Someone just put it up there he got the plunger up there on the, man, that's nasty. He's nasty. My wife, she hates the plunger. she hates it. But yeah, you see this, because I thought that he used, and I can go pull up the video if we really wanted to go and investigate this, but I thought he used this same thing to clean the inside of them toilets.
Complete, brothers and sisters, look at your school. Look at your school.
And now he got it sitting up on the counter.
Brothers and sisters, we are complete and we are ready to decorate for our children. We are
that is the plunger.
Ready to decorate for our community.
That is so gross.
Douglas and Marcus Garvey Academy is ready to operate, brothers and sisters.
Okay, notice he says that it's ready to operate, but then he also says, this is the point I want to make. He also says that it's ready to decorate. Which one is it? Anyone else catch that? You know what? I have to go look this up right quick, y'all. Hold on one second.
Of occupancy. I want to thank all my donors who've been standing with us. We are complete, brothers and sisters. Look at your school. Look at your school, brothers and sisters. We are complete and we are ready to decorate for our children. We are ready to decorate for our community. Douglas and Marcus Garvey Academy is ready to operate, brothers and sisters. We are ready to operate, brothers and sisters. Hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/participate. Look at the shine you have never seen in your life, brothers. You have never will be in a refrigerator. They said brothers and sisters. The time is not playing no games. Douglas and Marcus Garvey, complete, brothers and sisters. Look at your school. Look at your school, brothers and sisters. We are complete and we are ready to decorate for our children.
Okay, so there it is right there. I'm gonna skip through this. So you guys may need to avert your eyes if you're, this whole toilet thing video. Okay, so I'm just giving you guys fair warning.
Got the clip. Nah, King Kong got. That ain't the one.
Yeah, because I thought he used a rag for this, and he was using the same rag that he used to wipe in the toilet. He used it. I'm sorry. I apologize. He used it to wipe the action. Oh, he did, because I remember this part. Okay, so there it is right there, because he went to go get it. You see it in the box? Look.
The social media know-it-alls. Built nothing, know everything.
Yeah, actually, that one looks longer than the other one, because I want to be fair here. Let me see something.
We are to decorate the school. Look at your school, brothers and sisters. We are complete and we are ready to decorate for our children.
Yeah, that's a shorter one. Okay, so let's see.
What do we got here?
Yeah, anytime Umar makes those types of sounds, it's because he doesn't know what he's doing. He's trying to figure things out. That's what I mean. Like, he's a functional idiot. Yeah, so it's not the same one.
Mess my toilets up like this. This is crazy. This is crazy. This don't belong in here.
All right, let me get out of this video. Anyway, one of the disturbing parts about this is he uses a rag to, here it is right here, to clean the toilets. And then he uses the same, I'm talking about the inside of the toilet with the water, with the fecal matter and who knows what else. And then he uses the same rag to wipe the toilet down.
Black queens forever.
He actually gets the water out of the toilet to do that.
Snow bunnies never.
See this? This nasty. And people want to send their kids to this motherfucker. Y'all crazy. Y'all out your mind, literally. He really is. Something wrong with him. Athena says Umar uses emotional economics. He has to keep Black Americans in a struggle mindset because Umar wouldn't be needed if Black Americans aren't oppressed. I totally agree. See, Umar, he exists and he is perceived to be needed because of the vacuum that exists. And it's not just a vacuum of and it's not even, I shouldn't even, that's an overstatement. That there are Black women who deal with situations wherein they don't have the fathers of their children in their children's lives. And so Umar presents himself as a solution. In fact, he presents his school as a solution. Well, the same thing about what you're saying right here. Umar has to present Black people as with the struggle mindset. I call it the victim mentality. And everything is about the victim mentality. Now, there is racism, and we all have to deal with it. But Umar always he always makes an effort to overstate it. And everything is blown out of proportion. They're trying to put us back in Jim Crow. They're trying to put us back into slavery. No, stop. But see, that is the emotional manipulation that Umar Johnson employs. He does it consistently. But if you can keep people, at least his followers, in a struggle mindset, which I call the victim mentality, then Umar becomes necessary. Umar becomes relevant to them. So there are people who individually outside of Umar, they do have the victim mentality, and I'm talking about Black people. They have victim mentality and this struggle mindset. Okay, Umar placates to them, and they see Umar as someone who's going to help them and save them, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's also Umar's propaganda that he espouses, and he's done this for decades now, that manipulates Black people into accepting the struggle mindset. It manipulates Black people into the victim mentality, and that fortifies in their mind the need for someone like Umar Johnson. But in the absence of that struggle mindset, the victim mentality, Umar is useless. I'm talking about in reality, he's useless. That's why a lot of his propaganda, his rhetoric, the narratives that he spins is to create the struggle mindset. And I'm gonna tell y'all something, struggle mindset, victim mentality, it's not uplifting to Black people. Never was, never will be. Thanks, Athena. Good point. What's up, Sharif? Says FMG fungus, debris, mold, garbage. Yeah, there's a lot that used to. Let me show you one other thing right quick. Now that you bring this up. So remember I showed you all. So let me do these two videos real quick, and then we're going to get back to the main video and start winding this down. Okay. So remember I showed y'all the video of the gym from 2021 where he got the floor cleaned up. Okay, and he shows it and he asked for donations and people got excited. Well, that's exactly what he's done in this video where he's showing the school, or I shouldn't say school, where he's showing the trap banners, what he did like a couple of days ago. Right, he's doing the same thing. Look at these floors. Look at these floors. Okay, so same thing, but I want to show y'all something. This right here is from 2021. Okay, let's go to 2025, last year.
Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade, coming to you live and direct from the John.
Okay, you guys realize that's the same building? This is the small gym. This is before he painted. Why would you even do the floors before you paint in the first place? This is the same. But see, back then in 2021, everything was cleared out. See, this is all smoke and mirrors. Umar manipulated his followers by showing this. He pretends as if all this great work has been done. It's all cleared out. But then 4 years later,
Dessalines, Prophet, Nat Turner, Jim.
And look at the floor too, by the way.
Brothers and sisters. Oh, yes.
You see, there's that white film again. Whereas if after it was clean, you don't see that white film. Okay, that's mold.
I want to say good Garby Day to my continental Africans, my South Africans, my Nigerian Africans, my Togolese, my Eritrean, my Ethiopian, my Congolese, my Angolan Africans, my Mozambique.
There's that warp floor right behind him. Okay, that's the same warp floor that you see right here.
Beak all of my Africans, brothers and sisters, my Gambia, my Zambia.
I mean, he got so much junk in here. Sanford and Son. Look at this.
My South American Africans, my Central American Africans, my...
Again, he goes from this to this
Canadian
in 5
Africans,
years.
my European Africans, the Africans...
Same thing with the large gym. It's a shit show in there. It's worse in the large gym than in this one.
in Asia, Australia, the South Pacific, peace and Pan Africanism to my Texas Africans, my Louisiana, my Jersey, New York, Massachusetts, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, the Dakotas, Seattle. All the elementary school. We getting ready, brothers and sisters. That's all we doing. We getting ready, brothers and sisters. Oh, yes. We getting ready, brothers and sisters. That's all.
A lot of these boxes are empty too. This is the hoarding thing with Umar. Same thing when he flipped his phone.
What we doing? We out here working hard. FDMG. Make sure you hit your PayPal. PayPal.me/
So he just goes up there to get money so he can get to the plug. Y'all supporting the dope fiend. It's crazy.
FDMG Academy. Make sure you hit your PayPal. PayPal.me.
Y'all see that way back in the back? You see that it's like a exercise machine. He got that out of that storage unit. I mean, I could pull that up and we'll keep going forever, but let's move on. And by the way, he did the same thing in the large gym. I'll just show this real quick.
Peace and love, black family. This is the Prince of...
So 2019, you see how it's clean. Well, it's not all the way clean, but it's cleared out for the most part. And then you see in 2025, it's a hoarder's paradise, trash, filth, vandalism, shit all over the place. So this is his stuff from 2019 when he got evicted. He put it inside of this large gym. So it's turned into his own little storage. Okay, same thing. Yeah, I wonder where all those people are these days. Some of them probably still support Umar. Goofy. Lay says kids will be taking their desks from room to room to room. Yes, and make sure you get your desk. Take your Chromebook. They ain't gonna have Chromebooks. Take your abacus or your abaci, to get your abacus. Make sure you have your abacus. Okay. Carry your desk to the next class. It's just a damn shame. Thanks, lady. User 225 says, "What if Umar Johnson tried to call Eastside Pyru on?" Yeah, Eastside probably don't play. They don't F with Umar. Trust me. Okay. Thank you, user 225. SH Play says, "Is this clutter a result of mental illness?" Yeah, it's mental illness, but it's also laziness. Umar's lazy in general. Okay, mental illness, that's dealing with the hoarding aspect of this. Okay, Umar has a very they're connected. It's connected. Okay, so it's a mental health issue, but I also think that in general, Umar is also lazy when it comes to getting work done. He's not motivated. He's not ambitious. And there's a difference between being ambitious and backing that up with actual hard work versus being grandiose. Okay, narcissism, with Umar, and everything is over the top grandiose with the grandiosity, but with the laziness and grandiosity, that's also a mental health issue. And then the hoarding is a mental health issue in and of itself. I think it's a combination of both. I think he's lazy, and he also has some serious mental health issues. And even outside of cleanliness, or putting things away or throwing things away, which is the hoarding aspect, and holding on to things that he doesn't need, even beyond that, every other aspect of his life, he's lazy. That's why he's always saying, I need people to do things for him. It's laziness when you're on a live and you're asking people to find you a restaurant. Why don't you get your ass on your phone, because he's always on his phone, and just Google it? Okay, that's laziness and a sense of entitlement that Black people need to do other things for him. That's part of it too. That ties to the narcissism, the cult thing too. That's why when he has his followers doing work for free, notice he ain't really doing no work. Some cases he just standing around giving them orders. It's a narcissism. So yeah, I think it's the clutter it's a mental health issue with Umar more than anything else. But then he's also lazy on top of that. There are people who are lazy, they won't clean up, but they don't have issues with clutter and they don't have issues with hoarding things. I think for Umar, it's both. No, Thank you, SH Play. Okay, let's get back to the main video and we'll start winding this down. I hope y'all enjoying the show. And if you have enjoyed the show so far, make sure you hit that like button. Our goal is 400. By the way, San Antonio up 97-88. So New York, they're making a bit of a comeback here. Okay, they're down by 9 with 6 minutes and 24 seconds to go. Stephon Castle is at the free throw line. All right, yeah, they're making it a game. That's good. Hopefully this goes 7 games. Okay, he hits the first one, San Antonio by 10 with 6 minutes and 24 seconds to go. I'll update you guys more as we get closer to the end of this game. Yeah, they're coming back. They're coming back. Now, again, real quick, I just want to say, I want New York to win, but I'm rooting for San Antonio. The reason why I want New York to win is because it's going to be great for the NBA, and they haven't won a championship in a very long time. Oh, yeah, they won one championship. I think they won one championship. But they haven't been this significant. They went to the conference finals last year, but they haven't been this significant since the back in the day, Patrick Ewing. So I would like to see that. I think it would be good for the city of New York as well. It would be good for the NBA. But also, I would like to see, and I always root for the underdogs, I tend to, unless it's the Lakers. I would like to see Wemby get his first ring at this early age, because who knows what he may do over the next decade or so. So I would like to see that. Okay, so we'll see. Okay, I'll update you guys as we get closer to the end of this game. Okay, let's start winding this down, everybody. Let's get back to the main video. Here we go. Shout out to everyone inside the Cooker Chat. Also, thanks to the Miles for handling business. Thanks for all the super chats. Let's go.
We better do something about it soon, Bobby, because if we think these white people are going to sit by all summer long and let black children come into the downtown city centers where they're not wanted in the first place and disrupt privileged white people's shopping experiences, you have another thing coming. They have juvenile prisons all over this country, and they will not hesitate to change the law and make it a felony to be part of a flash mob. And they will basically farm our children out to these juvenile prisons and have them working for 15 cents an hour on somebody's farm. So we better get our act together soon. This is an embarrassment to the community, not to our young people, because we have nothing for them. And that's why, Bobby Davis, I cannot wait to get our building inspection that we're still fighting for down here in Wilmington.
You ain't doing shit. Now, but you see how he has to frame this as FDMG as the solution. But he's been saying that since 2010. Still no scoop.
In Delaware, I can't wait to get that building inspection because I have a very special relationship with our young people. I'm probably the most popular non-celebrity for African youth in the world. And they
Umar, I'm going to say this. I've been reporting on you for many years. Young people see you as a joke. You're like a minstrel show. They don't take you serious. Hit the one, please. Umar, you live in a delusional world, but children, young people, young black people, and young other groups of people too, they see you as a joke. You're like a social media clown. That's how they see you. You don't even realize it. You really reduce yourself down to like this minstrel show. It's minstrelsy. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. That bullshit. You don't realize it. See, I'm saying this to Umar. Umar, you're like JJ from Good Times when he kept saying dynamite, and it gets into the realm of minstrelsy, except you say black queens forever, snow bunnies never. You don't even realize that. You're a buffoon. You've turned yourself into minstrelsy. And that's how young people, most of these young people see you as you're like a clown. You're a black conscious clown. You better hear me on that, Umar. Let's go.
Follow me, they look up to me, they message me. And once we have a space to organize them, to teach them, to train them, we will do as much as we can here in these 4 buildings to keep our young people off the street. But this is an indictment on the community. We don't have anything for our teenagers to do, and that's why they're causing chaos in these cities.
I don't want to totally blame our community for not providing alternatives for our young people. I think that sometimes when they have programs for youth, they intentionally don't want it to be successful because the system would prefer our children to be out there flash mobbing so they can fill up those prison beds so those prisons can make up that money.
Well, where's the relevant programming, though, Baba? I agree with you, but if you contact the Philadelphia Department of Recreation and they put out a booklet every
Knicks are coming back, y'all. It's turned into a game. Okay, getting right to the wire.
year. And I know this because when I was a school psychologist for the school district of Philadelphia, I used to help young people find something to do for the summertime.
Oh, cut it out. That was back in 2006, 20 years ago. San Antonio up 99-95 with 4 minutes and 32 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Yeah, they're making their run.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, Baba, we now live in this AI world. We live in this high-tech world. The things that kept our children's attention 10 years ago, it's not going to keep these young people's attention now.
Mm-mm.
And a lot of the programs that they have are just not keeping pace with the speed of society. Where is the robotics programs at?
Mm-hmm.
They got stuff. They got basketball. They got football.
Umar, where's the robotics program at these trap bandos?
There's still a whole bunch of sports. And even in the good programs, because there is some robotics, there is some AI.
Yeah, I was going to say that, Lenon. He's definitely a social media clown. He is. Radar for Robin, you're absolutely right. He is. And he has been for a long time. Younger people, they're not into, most of them, overwhelmingly, they're not into Pan Africanism. Most grown people ain't, not to be like that, but because if any Pan Africans in the building, no disrespect. Most people, black people up over here in United States of America, aren't into Pan Africanism. Most black people up over there in Africa ain't into Pan Africanism. Most of them over in Europe ain't into Pan Africanism. So Umar's rhetoric about Pan Africanism, it's irrelevant when it comes to black people. Furthermore, when it comes to black children or black youth, they ain't hearing all that. They listen, they do not care about, most of them, I don't care nothing about that. They're wearing dashikis and all, they ain't worried about none of that. Umar, in his own delusion, he thinks that somehow these children are looking up to him and he's this great leader. No, they see Umar as a social media clown. That's why Drewski had him on his show. Umar, when you watch this, let me hit you to the game. That's why Drewski didn't have you on there for your views on race or your views on racism or white supremacy so you can talk about Pan-Africanism. He had you on there because you're a social media clown. Like I said, you like JJ from Good Times when he would say dynamite. That's you. Black queens forever, snow bunnies never. And young people see you as a social media clown who be online acting a fool, looking goofy, shucking and jiving. Thank you, rated R for Robin. By the way, San Antonio up 104-100 with 2 minutes and 27 seconds to go. New York has the ball with 6 seconds on the shot clock. Brunson shoots a three and it's good. Oh my God, over Wemby. Okay, San Antonio up 104-103, 2 minutes left to go. 20 seconds on the shot clock. San Antonio bringing the ball up to half court. Okay, they're getting there. He's at I can't remember this guy. He's from Sacramento. I can't remember his name right now. Screen by Wemby. Ball is thrown away. And the New York Knicks he missed the layup. Oh my goodness. He missed the layup all by himself. Man, San Antonio still up 104-103. Wemby with the ball straight to the hole up. He's fouled. Okay. That was Josh Hart. He missed a wide open layup. I think he used to play for the Lakers too. I bet they wish they could have. They had too much turnover on their team. That was a horrible pass. He threw it right away. Okay, I'll keep updating people because it's gotten good. Thank you, rated R for Robin. Let's get back to Umar running his mouth this month.
There are some STEM programs, science, technology, engineering, and math. But then when you go to sign your kid up, Bobby, they tell you.
I don't understand why Josh Hart didn't dunk the ball. You should have just dunked it.
Well, we only had room for 25 students. We only had room for 100 students. You got hundreds of thousands of young people. Why does your program only fund 25 to 100 of them?
Wemby missed the first free throw. Man, they showing Spike Lee.
So not enough money is being put towards youth programming. And when it is, Baba, you and I both know.
But a lot of money been put to these trap bandos.
That money is going to go to the white community.
Yeah, you're right about that.
The white communities are going to get everything their teenagers need for.
I don't know the names. That's why. If I knew the names, I could do it. I could practice and get good at it. Okay, the Knicks with the ball, and Wemby missed both free throws. San Antonio up 104 to 103 with 1 minute and 35 seconds to go, 11 seconds on the shot clock. Brunson with the ball. He has the ball again.
Summer, and our kids are going to be left waiting, even though you got all these.
Brunson with the shot, and it is good. Knicks take the lead with 1 minute, 22 seconds left on the clock. Knicks up 105 to 104. Wow, what a comeback.
Mega churches around. You got all these Muslim masjids around who ain't doing nothing but preaching religion and are not training our children to meet the demands of the world that they're going to see when they
pass over for 3-point shot.
Ball
lost.
It hurts me to my heart when I drive into the outside of the city and in the suburbs and you see the schools.
That may be a flagrant right there, y'all. It's Knicks ball. They're asking to review for a flagrant. Boy, I'm telling you, that's one of the problems with the San Antonio. They're young, so they make these types of mistakes. Boy, that is huge right there. Knicks up 105 to 104. That looks like a flagrant from Castle. Yep. Okay, and they didn't give him a flagrant, though. They didn't review the call. Okay, Brunson with the ball. 58 seconds left on the clock. New York up 105 to 104. Brunson up over to the three-point line, swings it back over. Okay, they're trying to get it to Brunson. That's one of their problems as a Knicks. They always got to go to this guy. Brunson in the corner, tied up. He throws it up. It's way off. Okay, I think there is because I don't have the audio on. No, it's Spurs ball. Okay, 38 seconds left. 104 to 105. New York up by 1. 38.8 seconds left. And San Antonio has the ball.
For their children, the campuses, they have so much beautification all surrounding their schools, and it looks like somewhere you want to go. Whereas when you see our schools, they look like warehouses and factories and prisons. You know,
they want them to because they're gentrifying Philadelphia.
Yeah, FDMG looked like a prison. It looked like my webcam stopped working.
As I said last time we spoke, the plan for Philadelphia, all due respect to Mayor Sherelle Parker, I love my sister, and I think she's doing the best job she can do under the constraints and the circumstances that she's facing. But this plan for Philadelphia was in place before she took that office. They want this city to be a middle-class white city in a college town. Yes, I've been told this by city officials who are no longer in office now. They told me this 10, 20 years ago. I had somebody take me to the top, Baba. One day, they took me to the top of one of the highest city buildings, and they said, Dr. Umar, look in this direction. You see Penn, University of Penn. You look in this direction, you see St. Joseph's. You look in this direction, you see Temple. And you look in this direction, you see LaSalle. He said the plan is to get rid of all black people that are between these universities. They're going to replace that with middle-class whites and international students. Philadelphia is supposed to be a city of middle-class whites, college students, and international students and residents. And if you're not that, you don't fit. They're getting black people out of Philly. That's why Philadelphia is the #1 most gentrified city in America. It overtook San Francisco and Seattle a couple years ago. Philadelphia is also #1 for homelessness. It's no coincidence that Philadelphia is hosting the FIFA, the World Cup. That is not a coincidence. That's because the white people who are taking over Philadelphia, they want FIFA.
And you know what? People often ask me about gentrification.
Okay, I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Yeah, my webcam, for some reason, it stopped working altogether. Let me pull these videos up real quick. 38 seconds left on the clock in the fourth quarter. San Antonio's up San Antonio's down 104 to 105. And San Antonio has the ball. Looks like they're trying to get the ball inbound here. They go into the backcourt. Okay, let me pull these videos up. And wow, this game turned out to be a barn burner. All right, shot up at the top of the key, and it's off. Rebound by San Antonio, and a foul. Looks like Castle's going to the line. Hart is screwing up. He missed that got and now he gives a foolish foul. All right, let's see what happens here, ladies. Let me go find these videos. I got blown off with my webcam for some reason. That's the first time this has happened, though. Actually, All right. Let me just pull this up just to hold us over so I can get these other videos.
Clicks and views and YouTube dollars. Let's keep it a buck.
Let's keep it a buck. 105 to 105.
And my New York
City
City Africans, I don't want to say this, but I gotta say this because y'all depend on Dr. Umar to keep it real with y'all. My New York City Africans, I don't want to rain.
There's a war against black people here in America.
Crazy thing into the biochemical warfare, the inner city.
You know what?
Barack Obama did nothing about.
Second free throw is good. Okay, San Antonio is up 106 to 105. 30 seconds left on the clock. Timeout, and when we come back, New York Knicks will have the ball. What a great game. I'm so happy for the NBA. Let's go.
Bill Clinton did nothing about it. Joe Biden did nothing about it. Even here in Wilmington, Baba David, in Wilmington, Delaware, where FDMG is, I'm being told by the community grassroots leaders and organizers, Dr. Umar, they doing to Wilmington the same thing they doing to Philly.
He's lying. He has no inroads into the community out there. That's what I mean by Umar. He's a pathological liar.
They are getting rid of us.
There are some programs out here for our young people. Of course, there are not enough because there are not enough positive, enriching programs like the ones that she participates in, like the one that you are doing with the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey Academy. You know,
Father David, stop.
There are some, but there's just not enough. And some of the ones that do exist are not designed to re-Africanize our young people. I think that is part.
Oh, cut it out. Re-Africanize. What does that even mean? You need to stop.
Part of the solution, you re-Africanize them, and then they'll have more respect for themselves, more dignity and honor for our ancestors and our elders, and then that way they would be less likely to get into a lot of trouble. So what?
No, cut it out. Brunson. Okay, let's see what happens here. San Antonio up 106 to 105. They're going to be going to Brunson for sure. 30 seconds left on the clock here in the fourth quarter. We've had a wonderful game here, and it looks like the New York Knicks are going to make a final run, attempting to inbound the ball. Hart with the ball with the inbound. They get it over to Brunson. Brunson at the midcourt line, bringing it up with the screen. He goes to the left. He's dribbling out beyond the three-point line. He passes over back to Brunson. Brunson takes the ball with 12 seconds. Takes a shot and blocked by Wemby. And tipped away. And it's tipped into the and there's my goodness, missed shot. No foul called on the play. New York has the ball again, bringing up. They're scrambling. They're scrambling around, looking crazy. All right. You know, I should really start to practice. Why not? Yeah, they're scrambling. 5.7 seconds on the clock. Let's go ahead and call this we're going to call the rest of this game. San Antonio up 106. There's a timeout. 106 to 105. Now, what happened was Wemby blocked the shot. There was a scramble for the ball. The ball was a loose ball. They knocked it out into the front court and to the other side of the court. And then I can't remember the guy's name. He's from Sacramento. They traded for him 2 years ago. He got the ball. He tries to delay up, and it looked like he was fouled. They didn't call the foul. He missed the shot. So New York has the ball with 5.7 seconds to go. I think they're going to win this game. Give it to Brunson. Let him take that shot, or give it to Cat. Okay, here we go.
What do you think about that, Doctor? Then we're going to go to Derek.
Well, I definitely agree with that. You know, again, going back to the concept of the village, black children have been abandoned, by their community in large part.
Okay, do me a favor. If you're way ahead, I am ahead. I'm behind on my TV. If you're ahead, don't call it. Let me call it, okay? Yeah, De'Aaron Fox. He the one that was fisking a flat tire. All right.
And I think this goes back to the era of crack. It goes back to the 80s because that's when we really.
There you go. Umar always got to talk about crack. That's one thing about Umar. He always bringing up crack and rock.
And to start suffering that chemical and biological,
which is technically the same thing,
post-civil rights era devastation.
Oh man, you know what? New York Knicks, they did that. They did a backcourt violation, and the refs didn't call it. Wow. Okay, I'm staying out the chat room just in case someone calls this before I do. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Fourth quarter, 5.7 seconds left on the clock. San Antonio up 106-105. New York Knicks have the ball. Okay, they're trying to get situated here. Right. All right. Here comes the inbound. Here we go. All right, it's to Brunson. Brunson takes a long three for the win. He misses. There's a tip in at the man with 1.2 seconds left. 1.2 seconds left. The tip in by I think it's Adenobi. I think he's the one. And the New York Knicks fans are going crazy. 1.2 seconds left on the clock. Knicks are up 107-106. They should have boxed out. They should have boxed out. All right.
So they rolled us straight out of the civil rights era into the...
Wow, they got Marcus Camby's there. Yeah, I remember Marcus Camby. Latrell Sprewell's there too, one of my favorite players from back in the day.
Biochemical warfare, the crack and the AIDS. And we've never really rebounded from that. If you look at a lot of the problems that we have in our community, from the chemical abuse to the teenage pregnancy to a lot of these things are the aftershocks of that biochemical warfare that the U.S. government threw at us. And our children, these children out here today, Father David, they are...
Wow, that was a great tip in.
The grandchildren of the crack generation. I'm not saying their grandparents were crack addicts. I'm saying their grandparents lived in that era when crack addiction was a major problem.
And it affected everybody.
Absolutely. So these are children who didn't have grandparents who could sit them down and tell them what it means to be black, the pride, the history, the civil rights struggle, because...
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1.2 seconds on the clock. Harper to inbound the ball. San Antonio down by one. There is this... it's thrown away. No foul called on the play. San Antonio loses. They fumbled the ball. They threw it in. They fumbled the ball. And that's going to do it. New York wins. Wow, they came back. What a incredible comeback by the New York Knicks. Like, they were down by like 28 or 27. And they come back and win it at the end of the game. This is great. It's great for the league. It's great for the New York Knicks. And again, I'm still going to continue to root for the Spurs. But if New York wins it, that's going to be great for the city of New York, but also for the NBA. Long time coming. Yeah, congrats. What awesome. Awesome. Largest comeback win in NBA Finals history. All right, let's finish this up. Here we go.
Their children, their grandparents were children during the civil rights era. So these children today, they don't even, like, I still had grandparents who could tell me something about that civil rights struggle, something about that segregation and that fight against it.
Umar, don't exaggerate, because you was talking about how your family, they weren't conscious, black conscious. So let's cut it out.
These children don't have grandparents who could do that. These children have grandparents who were amongst the first to really begin to idealize merchandise and materialism over community and spirituality.
Yeah, that's not true. Boy, Umar just be making up anything.
So a lot of these young people, they have no concept of black pride. They have no concept of community unity, because their grandparents didn't really have that concept either, because of the devastation our community suffered as a result of crack. This is when a lot of mothers had to start working 2 and 3 jobs, not just because of the crack, but because of the economic devastation that occurred when the government came into the black community and started shutting down the factory jobs and relocating them to white suburbs so black men couldn't have work. So black men started selling crack, using crack, or doing other things to take care of their family. So that's the beginning of the rise.
Umar always talking about crack. Victor Wembanyama finished with 24 points on 9 of 25 shooting, 13 rebounds, 2 for 8 from the 3-point line, 4 for 7 from the free throw line. He had 3 blocks. Other notable stats here: OG Anunoby, 33 points on 10 of 15 shooting, 7 of 9 from the 3-point. Wow, he had a great game. 7 of 9 from the 3-point line, 6 for 6 from the free throw line, 4 rebounds. And then Karl Anthony Towns, 13 points, 10 rebounds. And then Jalen Brunson, 36 points on 12 of 25 shooting, 3 from 7 from the 3-point line, 9 of 11 from free throw line. 5 rebounds, 7 assists. He had a good game too. Okay, he actually had a great game, all things considered. All right, Let's finish this up. Thank you guys so much. Make sure you hit that like button if we close this out.
The single black mother epidemic. So these young people really need our guidance. And if we don't get them soon, we're going to lose them.
Derek, I apologize for holding you so long, but we're always glad to have you talk to us. Good afternoon.
Love, peace, blessings, and prosperity to the brothers.
Yes, sir.
Martin Luther King, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said in a speech at the National Conference of New Politics in Chicago, August the 31st, 1967. And he said something that I see that is prevalent and relevant to today's illness of America. He said, in paraphrasing, that America suffers from that of a schizophrenic. He says that, and
let me skip
that
through.
being said, I don't think that it's just a black.
Tribalism, one of the things that they will do is they will support each other, and all of them will gather up their wagons against us, economically, educationally, politically.
Yeah, you would say wagon.
One of the things that I've noticed recently is that
I'm sorry, I shouldn't do that.
Economically, they try to put black people out of work, but a lot of black people are coming up now with trucks, pop-up trucks, cooking trucks, and AI programs so they can make money for themselves without having to identify their race.
How do you go from trucks to AI? What is he talking about?
So maybe that's the direction that we are going into, where we can create things according to what society is doing right now. And so I hope that if you can cook, get you a truck, go out there, make you some money, because that's what it seems like it's coming to. What do you think, Dr. Johnson?
I completely agree with you, Baba David. And to go back to the previous caller, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree on some of those issues. I think one of our problems as black people is we are too concerned with America and not concerned enough with ourselves. I think that was one of the mistakes of the post-civil rights era. You still had leaders running around talking about black people were the moral compass of America. How about you focus on the black community for a minute and stop trying to save
Umar, how about you focus on your children for a second, you deadbeat?
America. America does not need you to save her. America is exactly who America was created to be. How about we save ourselves? But because we suffer from internal benign neglect, we don't like to focus on ourselves. We always got to find
he just be making up shit,
something else to distract us from staying focused on ourselves. Now we want to save America. How you going to save America? You ain't got no schools for your own children. How you going to save America? You ain't got no hospitals for your own elders. How you going to save America? You ain't got no.
Yeah, Knicks won. Yeah, it was a great game too. Great game. Yeah, and again, I'm rooting for the Spurs, but the thing is that the Spurs, they have their they can be competing for championships for the next decade. So they got some time. And the Knicks, they haven't had a champ. I mean, they've had a serious drought for a long time.
Thanks to invest in your own people. Black people need to learn how to mind our own black business, get ourselves together, and stop trying to save everyone else. And as far as there being white people who wanted to end slavery just because they thought slavery was wrong, that is historically inaccurate. There was never a white person who wanted to end slavery just because they thought slavery was wrong. Every white.
See, this is what I mean. He takes things too far. See, first of all, how do you know that? Have you met every white person that was around back then during slavery? So where is the source for this, Umar? He takes things too far.
White person had a secondary agenda for ending slavery. And the two biggest reasons why white people wanted to end slavery is, number one,
yeah, I don't know if that's what the NBA wants. I think it's going to be better for the Knicks to win for the NBA in terms of historically speaking. Again, there was and I'm not saying that the refs are in on it, but there was a clear backcourt violation that would have gotten the ball would have went back to the Spurs, but the refs missed it for some reason. And then the Knicks end up winning the game. Okay. So anyway, I'm just saying. Oh, you didn't hear her? Okay, let me replay it. Listen to what Umar say.
Own people. Black people need to learn how to mind our own black business, get ourselves together, and stop trying to save everyone else. And as far as there being white people who wanted to end slavery just because they thought slavery was wrong, that is historically inaccurate. There was never a white person who wanted to end slavery just because they thought slavery was wrong. Every white.
Can you believe this guy? He will say anything. Yeah, Spike Lee. Boy, I always feel bad for Spike Lee. Because he been wanting the Knicks to win a championship for decades.
White person had a secondary agenda for ending slavery. And the two biggest reasons why white people wanted to end slavery is, number one, the states were becoming too black, the colonies were becoming too black, and they wanted to put a check on the amount of black people that would be in this country because it was supposed to be a white man's country. And number two, white people couldn't find no work. A lot of white people attributed poverty to the enslavement of African people, because as long as people could get people to work for free, enslaved Africans, white people couldn't find.
Okay, well, anyway,
no work. That's why they fought against slavery. Not because.
Listen, Umar, the type of work that slaves were forced to do, African slaves were forced to do, was work that many people could not do, including a lot of Native Americans. Okay, and I don't mean to go here, but let's be real about it. That's one of the reasons why the transatlantic slave trade was so successful. I'm gonna leave it right there because I can go in on this, but I'm just gonna let it go, Umar.
Because they thought it was bad, because the same white people who fought against slavery when slavery was over, Baba David, those same white people did nothing to fight for equality. They did nothing to fight for employment.
Again, he doesn't know that. Okay, he's just running his mouth.
They did.
How many, Nick? Let me put up a poll.
Nothing to fight for black people to be on the juries when we were being tried. The same abolitionists, Baba David, all of a sudden, they caught historical amnesia. He don't know that.
So real quick, what is a reasonable amount of time for Umar Johnson to open up a fully functional school? 67% of the people voters said 1 to 5 years. 20% said 16 years or more. 11% said 6 to 10 years, and then 2% said 11 to 15 years. Okay, I want to do one other poll here, and the poll question is: who do you want to win the NBA Finals? Knicks, Spurs. I get your vote in. I just want to see, because it looks like there's a lot of Knicks fans in the building. Okay, let's keep going here.
And they could no longer fight for black people after those chains were off, because they never cared about equality, freedom, and justice.
Yeah, I agree. 1 to 5 years, he should have been able to make it happen based upon, historically speaking, land donated to him in 2012. And then by the end of 2016, he had $1 million. He could have built something on that land. So 2012, again, that's at the end of 2012. So 2013, 14, 15, 16. Yeah, he should have been able to open up by year 5, which would have been 2017. Okay, sometime towards the end of 2017. Yeah. Anyway, thank you. Thanks everyone who voted. I appreciate it.
They only cared about getting you away from them.
That's the same thing that's going on right now. You know, they talk about the DEI, but you know, white folks is losing employment is also, like Elon Musk said, within 5 years, you won't have no more employers. Robots will be doing everything. And so when robots begin taking over those jobs, they're going to take over the white jobs as well.
Well,
you guys don't stop. Father David, get back into your horse buggy, okay, and just stop. This guy's, did he say robots? I don't know. Yeah, I'm fine robots too. You know, don't be hating on no robots now.
Oh, that's why they're going to probably go to a universal basic income. See, here's the thing, Baba David.
Here he go.
Here he go. Actually, the road to communism, believe it or not. And even though those two economic systems appear to be diametrically opposed to one another, they're not. Because after all, Karl Marx was a capitalist himself. His family was a capitalist family, and he did nothing to bring about any type of actual freedom or equality for the workers in his lifetime. So that was a lot of hypocrisy in what he had to teach, even though a lot of what he said was accurate. Think about it, Baba David. If capitalism preaches that the rich will own everything and the poor will be slaves, ultimately you get to a point to where we are today, Baba David, where the rich just about control everything. When you look at BlackRock and State Street and all the big bankers, they basically own most of the assets.
There you go. You always got to talk about rocks. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. J Civic says the most notorious civil rights murders occurred on June 21st, 1964, when three activists, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, they were two whites. Okay, I had no idea about that. I just want to say this: Umar, he always tries to paint white people in the most negative way. Now, are there racist white people? Yes. Okay. It's 2026. I'll propose that the number of white people who are racist towards blacks the percentage is not the same as it was in the 1970s or the 1960s or the 1920s or the 1850s. But Umar wants to make it seem as if that's the case. That's not the case. It's not. It's simply not true. Okay. Now there are white people who are racist. I understand that. Okay. I've experienced enough of it and still experience it from time to time. But what Umar attempts to paint, he paints the narrative as if there were no white people who were against slavery, that there were no white people who were for civil rights, as this example. No, there were people who were at the front lines who were white people who were marching and participating in all types of things dealing with civil rights. And there were Jewish people who were participants of that too. Okay. Now, I know some could say, well, Jewish people are white. Well, that's a more recent phenomenon. That's what I mean by it's a social construct, this whole white thing, black thing. It's based upon social status, and at certain points, Italians weren't considered to be whites. Jewish people weren't considered to be white. They didn't have that social status. I'm waiting for black people to be considered to be white. Then we can end this racist shit. Let me stop. I mean, did everybody else get it? Why can't we get it too? That way we don't have to deal with it now. All right, I'm just being silly. Anyway, Umar wants to paint the picture and the narrative that all white people throughout all time were racist and they never helped black people and they're still all racist. It's simply not true. Okay. Thank you, Jay Civic. And thanks for the history lesson. Okay. All right. Here we go.
Of the world. Okay. So once they own everything, and now all of the
Irish, Italians, Jews. There's other groups too that weren't considered to be white. It's a more recent phenomenon.
It has been farmed out to artificial intelligence. There's no longer any jobs for anybody to work to pay, Baba. How are you going to stop a major uprising of the poor against the rich?
Mm-hmm.
You know how you do that? You're going to have to go to universal basic income. Universal basic income is a socialist concept, Baba.
Mm-hmm.
So why do you have capitalists talking about universal basic income, which is a socialist idea? Because
Umar, that's what Umar wants, because he don't work no job. Okay.
Once people can no longer pay their rent and no longer feed their children, they are going to rebel against the status quo. They're going to rebel against the government. They're going to rebel against capitalism. And then there will be no capitalism once it gets destroyed by the workers. So they're going to have to go to universal basic income, Baba, to keep the poor white people of America from destroying this country and any other country. So ultimately, capitalism taken too far will lead to socialism anyway. And that's why they're finally discussing universal basic income.
Well, when they finally get to universal basic income, will they discriminate and say, well, because you're black and you're not really a citizen because we've gotten rid of the 14th Amendment, you're not entitled to that?
Absolutely. They have to discriminate, Baba. Why? Because you got to maintain white privilege. You got to maintain white privilege. Listen, why is it all of a sudden now you got universities, Baba, saying that we don't need to give the SAT no more, but y'all been giving the SAT for damn near a century. Why you not got to give the SAT for college admissions? You know why? Because we've created such a gap between black and white now, right? Same thing with the legalization of marijuana. Why are you legalizing marijuana now when it's been a crime to use it for most of American history? Because we've created such a gap between black incarceration and white incarceration. We've created such a gap between white poverty and black poverty that we no longer need to use the weapons that we originally used to create the gap, Baba. They don't have to use the weapons no more because the gap is self-sustaining and self-perpetuating. So we ain't got to lock up black people for marijuana no more. We ain't got to give the SAT test to make sure black kids don't get into the most elite universities anymore because the gap we've created is so wide, it would take those people 200 years to catch up anyway. What did they say last year, Bob? There was a report that came out that said in order to close the income gap between black people and white people, it would take 250 years. The gap is so wide now, Baba, they don't have to use the tools no more because now the white privilege is self-perpetuating. So they have to maintain white privilege. There will always be white privilege in America because it is the only thing that keeps the poor white.
Listen, I'm not even listening anymore. I'm trying. I'm hype about this game. I was like, that was a good game.
From destroying the rich whites.
And also, the black self-hate is self-inflicted.
Absolutely. It's self-perpetuating. It's self-perpetuating. Black people teach their kids to not like each other. I'm so tired of going on Instagram, Baba, and seeing all the black fights and black people standing around filming other black people fight each other. The self-hate. The greatest recreational activity.
He's making up shit.
In America for black people and white people is to see black people suffer.
We have Obama.
He be talking crazy. We're almost done. This guy, Umar, he's a trip.
We have Obama Hagen on the phone line. Good afternoon, Obama. How you doing today, man?
Huh?
Yes, that's you.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm good and wonderful. And yourself?
I'm outstanding.
Okay.
I just wanted to invite Dr. Umar to our political wellness checkup on June the 27th. That's at Lutheran Seminary at 7301 Germantown Avenue from 12 to 3. Because with all due respect, there's no such thing as an African freedman in law. There are American freedmen. And I just want to make that clear that it's incorrect to confuse people on freedmen. And we sent you information, Doctor, and I'm disappointed that a year and a half after we initially met on 29th Street, you have as of yet not reached back out. And we want to unify. We keep talking about
well, we're not going to unify by...
No, wait, let me...
Here we go. Here we go. I don't know. I don't know. I didn't hear this part. See, and Father David, he gonna try to cut him off. Yeah, Umar, he you know how Umar is, you know how he is. Umar was sitting on his, he was ready to go. Yeah, here we go. All right. Let me play it. Let me just go back just like 20 seconds.
Sent you information, Doctor, and I'm disappointed that a year and a half after we initially met on 29th Street, you have as of yet not reached back out, and we want to unify. We keep talking about
well, we're not going to unify by...
No, wait, let me...
No, we've got to be respectful, Obama.
But I'm not finished.
Okay.
No, we're not going to unify.
Say be respectful. Let the man finish. He said, I'm not finished.
With disrespect, brother. If that's your opinion that you an American freedman...
Okay, how was that disrespect? How was that disrespect? I don't get that.
That's your opinion.
No,
I do not share it. I do not agree with it.
Okay.
And my ancestors called themselves Africans.
I'm not arguing
my
with you.
ancestors called themselves Africans. You could be...
Okay, let me be clear about something, Umar. Your ancestors, I'm talking about your daddy didn't call himself no ancestor. Your daddy didn't call himself an African. Your mama didn't call herself an African. Your great grandparents didn't call them African. Your one from Cuba, Grandpa Cicero, he called himself a white Cuban. So what you talking about? Frederick Douglass didn't call himself an African, I don't think, because and by the way, he's dealing with them snow bunnies, and he had another side piece snow bunny on the side. We ain't gonna get into that right now. Let's go look that up. Did Frederick, and maybe he did Frederick Douglass call himself, and you're not even related to Frederick Douglass, but since let's go along with your fantasy land foolishness. No, Frederick Douglass did not refer to himself as an African. Instead, he firmly self-identified as an American and as a man. But you ain't even related to him anyway. Okay? That's besides the point. All right. Yeah, and was Uncle Nancy an African? Do I need to do a poll on that one? D, don't start. No, it's a good question, actually. Was Uncle Nancy an African? I'm thinking about it. I'm trying to figure that out right now. I don't think Uncle Nancy was an African, personally. All right. All right. SH Space says the echo chamber in this broadcast has ended. Umar is finally challenged. Yeah, but you notice Umar, he gets belligerent. He starts raising his voice because he doesn't like to be challenged. It's a narcissism. But then Father David, he's trying to I'm sorry.
American brother.
Father David, he has to defend Umar. No, let Umar stand on his 2 feet. He's a grown man. And this brother that's calling in is not being disrespectful. He's not yelling. He's not raising his voice. He's making a statement. And Umar, he can't refute it. What does Umar do? I don't care what you got to say. I'm not. That's Umar. Now, thank you, SH Play. Let's keep going on this. Here we go.
I know y'all love that flag, and you can love that flag, but that's not me. My flag is red, black, and green. Thank you.
What? Thank you. He's so sassy. Who gives a shit about a flag? What you talking about? It ain't got nothing to do with what the guy was saying. Let's go back and hear what the guy was saying.
American freedmen. And
the greatest.
We have Obama Hagen on the phone line. Good afternoon, Obama. How you doing today, man?
Huh?
Yes, that's you.
Hey, how you doing, brother?
I'm good and wonderful. And yourself?
I'm outstanding.
Okay.
I just wanted to invite Dr. Umar to our political wellness checkup on June the 27th. That's at Lutheran.
See, notice how he has an actual event and he's inviting Umar. He's not being disrespectful.
Seminary at 7301 Germantown Avenue from 12 to 3 because...
See, that's in Philly.
With all due respect, there's no such thing as an African freedman in law. There are American freedmen. And I just want to make that clear that it's incorrect to confuse people on freedmen. And we sent you information, Doctor, and I'm disappointed that a year and a half after we initially met on 29th Street, you have, as of yet, not reached back out. And we want to unify. We keep talking about
well, we're not going to unify by...
No, wait, let me...
No, we've got to be respectful, Obama.
But I'm not finished.
Okay.
Now, we're not going to unify with disrespect, brother. If that's your opinion that you an American freedman...
I didn't hear any disrespect. I just think Umar can't deal with it from an intellectual standpoint. So he has to go to what they call a straw man argument that somehow it's just disrespectful. Y'all see this? It's interesting.
That's your opinion.
No,
I do not share it. I do not agree with it.
Okay.
And my ancestors called themselves Africans.
I'm not arguing
my
with you.
ancestors called themselves Africans. You can be an American, brother. I know y'all love that flag, and you can love that flag.
See?
But that's not me. My flag is red, black, and green. Thank you.
I agree. So, but I appreciate you, Obama, with
so
what you're trying to
sassy.
do with the American freedmen, but I think we should not be trying to force ourselves into an American society. We need to be getting ourselves, becoming re-Africanization.
When you get most black people together, even the ones who claim to be progressive, I promise you, at the end of the day, somewhere in their program, somewhere in their policy, they want to kumbaya with the oppressed. The name of my organization is the Descendants of African freedmen in America.
Okay, he has no organization called the Descendants of African Freedmen in America. There is no organization. Who's on the board of directors, Umar? Where's the website? When do you guys meet? Is it virtual? Okay, what time? What day? What day of the week? What hour? We're the minutes for this organization. Who's in this organization? Nobody. It doesn't exist. Umar's created so many different organizations over the years, and it's a fiction. And more recently, he creates DAFA. It's another fiction. Yeah, what y'all meet in your mama closet? Umar, don't be getting all these descendants of African freedmen in America. Don't get all of them inside your mama closet. Don't do that. It's not right. What you going? Umar gonna be handing out little cups of Kool-Aid with no ice. He go in the mama closet. He gonna be handing out them, them little cups, little cups, little small ones. It's like paper cups. He gonna have get the people in the mama closet. Them little Kool-Aid ain't gonna have no sugar in it. It ain't no sugar. Hey, that's the white man. It's white. We ain't putting no. Don't stop. You don't have it in the mama closet. All right, we almost done. Let's finish this up.
That is what I am. That is what my ancestors.
Yeah, you got the juicy juice. The little ones, though. You got the little.
Where I am not an American. And if you want to keep on leading black people into that burning identity of calling themselves American when nobody considers.
Listen, I'm American. All right. Real talk. It is what it is. Okay. I have ancestors who came up here. My great grandfather was from Africa. I met him too because he lived to like 104. Some people say 107. They was from he was from Fogle, but his wife, my great grandmother, I never met her because she passed away early, or when she was younger. I think she was in her early 30s when she passed away. Memory serves me correctly. Rest in peace. But he she was from Playa, he was from Fogo. But then on my daddy's side, I can trace it back to enslaved Africans. And I even know the name. I can go pull it up. I have the name on my family tree that shows. Actually, they don't have a name. It just says that that a slave master had a baby, had impregnated her, and she had a baby, and that's where one side of my father's lineage comes down. Okay, and then on my father's side, then on my father's mother's side, that goes back into slavery too. But I just want to make a point that I'm not African. In fact, many people from Africa, they don't call themselves African because African is a continent. Umar, I'm not into geography all that much, but you should know that. So if someone if you think that people from Africa should call themselves African, or that people from here in America should call themselves African, African is a continent. You got it, Umar? When you talk to Africans in general, what will happen is they're not going to say that they're African. They will give you a country in Africa. They may even give you a tribe, which even provides specificity. But Umar, because he's simple-minded and as a tool of manipulation, he wants to just group as many people together for the purposes of control and domination via his mind control manipulation tactics. He wants to group everybody together for the purpose of control and manipulation and just call everybody African. Okay, I'm not African, and that's okay. Let's keep going.
Black people American. If we were American, there would be black people on Carmelo Anthony's jury. If we were American.
Yeah, I know 5 men personally from Africa at work. 3 call themselves Ethiopian. The other 2 call themselves Nigerian. Right. And then if you call the Nigerians an Ethiopian, they would be like, what are you talking about? Some people get offended by that. Right. And vice versa. If you call someone who's Ethiopian, you call them Nigerian, they'll get offended. Or they'll be like, what are you talking about? So Umar, it just doesn't fit. But your whole ideology, but this ideology comes, a lot of it comes out of the not from Frederick Douglass, because he's like the opposite of this, but it comes out of Marcus Garvey, and this whole, and he never, Marcus Garvey never even went to Africa. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going.
Rick Child would not have been acquitted of murdering Cyrus Carmack Belton. If we were American, the Supreme Court would have never allowed the southern states to redistrict the black vote out of relevancy. We are not now, nor have we ever been American. And for all the hell that we're catching in this.
I'm American. Well, you black. Well, yeah, that's a social construct. But in terms of where I'm from up over here, homeboy. Nah, y'all from Crenshaw Mafia. Anyway.
Country right now. It is so bothersome that you still got Negroes who want to run around and brainwash black people into thinking that they are part of America.
Like Malcolm X.
Okay, listen, I am part of America. I live here. You're the one trying to brainwash people up over here and say that they're African. And here's the thing: if a person wants to identify as African, they should have the right to do that. Not because someone is defining them as such. That's why I have an issue with the whole black thing up over here. It's a social construct. But yeah, Umar, you're entitled to define yourself however you want. You can define yourself as a pink fish. I don't give a fuck. You're a pink fish. Fine. But the notion that somehow you have the authority and the right to define all other so-called black people as pink fish, that's crazy. Pink fish. Let me stop. Let's keep going.
Say we're not American until we receive the fruits of America instead of the thorns and the thistles.
Because I'm at the table don't make me no diner.
That's right.
You got to put some food on my plate. Ain't no
Yeah, you hungry. All right.
Food on our plate. Just because black people don't think they can do nothing without white people. That is the self-esteem damage.
See this? Everything is negative about black people when you talk. Let's keep going. Almost there.
That slavery and racism has done to our people. This is why every solution for black people involves white people. Almost every solution.
We got to take a break. When we come back, we're going to hear some closing comments from Dr. Umar Johnson right here, New Worldview, just for you. We'll be right back. So, Dr. Johnson, so what do you want to say before you go away today?
This is the end right here.
Just wanted to let the family know that I'll be in Franklin, Virginia for Juneteenth. That is Nat Turner Land, Southampton County, Virginia, on Thursday, the 18th for Juneteenth. It is a free.
Hey, we need 15 likes to get to 400. Can we make it happen, y'all? Okay, we got about maybe a minute left. Here we go.
Event, and it will be at the Camp County Community College in Franklin, Virginia, 6 p.m. next Thursday, the 18th, and it is free. The next day, we will be at the Hampton Event Center in Hampton, Virginia, for Juneteenth, and that is a ticketed event, and that's also at 6 o'clock. And then on Saturday, the 20th of June, for Juneteenth, we will be in Dothan, Alabama, Dothan, Dothan, Alabama, and that will be at 2 o'clock. The program is from 12 until 6, but I'll be speaking at 2 in Dothan, Alabama. I will be in Cincinnati, August the 20th for the Black Firefighters Conference. And I will be in London, England on August the 1st for the Reparations March. Brixton, London, England. And I may be in Jamaica. I just found out last night, possibly.
Yeah, shout out to London too, by the way, which is part of Britain, Great Britain, which includes London. It also includes I thought I had it memorized. It also includes Ireland and Scotland, Northern and Southern Ireland, Scotland, and Wales, right? Did I miss anything else? Let me know in the chat room.
Keynoting the Honorable Marcus Garvey birthday celebration on August the 17th. I keynoted it back in 2016, 10 years ago, and at that time it was the largest, most attended in the history of the island.
Oh, cut it out. And Umar, you probably gonna get canceled that anyway. Watch.
And I'm leaving out another place.
Yeah, I'm learning.
I can't remember it, Baba, but if anybody needs any of those flyers or any details, if they need to reach me, they can text me.
Oh, Masculine God, listen, you're going to have to watch. Get into the archive on this one.
21598.
There's a guy who called in and was challenging Umar. Okay, rarely does that happen because they screen calls. I'm sure they do.
899858. Please donate to the school. PayPal.me.
Yeah, that's a great. Why is your screen name Tether Hunter? I'm just asking. It's Tether Hunter. Why are you okay? Anyway, you do raise a great question. Umar's talking about all this other stuff. When is the certificate of occupancy appointment scheduled? But I'm part Tether anyway. I have ancestors that that immigrated here. All right. I also have ancestors who were. I'm a descendant of slaves too. Okay, so I'm part Tether. All right. Anyway.
/FDMG Academy. PayPal.me/FDMG Academy. And please join my Patreon. We have the Black Book Club, Baba David.
Mm-hmm.
And right now.
Yeah, I wonder how many Patreon people. He probably got about 20, 30 people.
Now we're reading Race First by Toni Martin, the organizational and ideological studies of Marcus Garvey and the Universal Negro Improvement Association. And we have to give a lot of thanks to Toni Martin because
Carlos says new FDMG team name, FDMG Pink Fishes. And the FDMG Pink Fishes. That's crazy. Oh, that is wow. Or a band named Dr. Pink Fish and the Cookie Crushers. What if Umar named the school team the Pink Fishes? Okay. Thanks, Carlos Arteaga. Okay, we wind this down. It's like 20 seconds left. Thank you guys so much for tuning on in. Did we get to the goal of 400 likes? We did. We just got to thank you guys so much. I appreciate you all. Thank you guys. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow, but I may live stream to do the presentation on the mold. Okay. So I'll know by, I don't know when I'm going to know. Yeah. Let's say that I don't plan on live streaming, but there's a chance that I will. Okay. I just got to see how my time works out. Okay. Thank you guys so much again. Here we go.
Without him, a lot of Marcus Garvey's work, which was appropriated by leaders and organizations who came after Garvey, who copied everything Garvey did and said, but didn't give him no credit. So we have to thank Toni Martin for that. But for those who want to learn about Marcus Messiah Garvey and the largest black organization in modern history, please join my Patreon and join the Dr. Umar online book club at patreon.com/DRUMAR.
And before you go, last thing, and I mentioned this in the beginning of the show, why do they hate us so much?
Three points on that, Baba David.
Oh, cut it
Number
out.
one, historical greatness. Remember, the Chinese tried to build a pyramid. They couldn't do it. The Europeans tried to build a pyramid. They didn't do it.
Okay, let's be clear about something, Umar. It wasn't black people who built pyramids. It was the ancient Kemites. And the social construct of blackness as we know it today didn't exist back then. I'm talking about the social construct of blackness here inside the United States of America. So cut the shit. See, one could say, then see, Umar, he's always on this slippery slope. You trying to act like you the one that built the pyramid. You ain't built shit. You live in your mama closet. What you talking about? But see, what's stopping some other group of people saying, well, you know, you black people, you never built the wall of China. How about that? You never built the hanging gardens. How about that? It's a slippery slope. The thing is, Umar, you ain't built shit. So you shouldn't be talking, period. Umar, what's your historical greatness outside of running your mouth on these rundown chicken circuit podcasts? Let's keep going.
I think the Arabs tried to build a pyramid. They couldn't do it. Everybody, every race, almost every race, tried to replicate the.
You built the pyramids while you were dreaming? I ain't built no pyramids. It'd be nice, though. There are pyramids in Vegas and in Memphis. There's also one, there's also one in Long Beach, California. They had the basketball stadium. I don't know if they still have it, but I remember when that was big news back in the 90s. Yeah. Jay Civic says those guys are just massaging their egos. Yeah, a lot of this just running their mouth, makes themselves feel good, and then they get off there. Umar right back in the mama closet, eating Hot Pockets and shit. He be eating Hot Pockets in mama closet, I guarantee you. Twizzlers and Hot Pockets in mama closet. And raw potatoes. Thanks, Jay Civic. That's places all that talking. I know it's crazy because fundamentally what Umar should be focusing on is being a good person in the first place, but a father to his children. But he doesn't do that. He's not present. He doesn't even support financially until the child support call him in. He said a child support man. The child support call him in. They take his driver's license, then he'll pay it. You got everything to say about except child support. Okay. Yeah, they do have, by the way, Umar, they do have pyramids in Peru. Did you know that? They got them in Mexico too, I think, right? Hold on. Could be wrong on that. Do they have pyramids in Mexico? Yeah. It's home to thousands of ancient pyramids built by pre-Columbian civilizations like the Aztecs, shout out to the Aztecs, the Maya, shout out to the Mayans, and the Olmecs, shout out to the Olmecians. Mexican pyramids were built as massive elevated bases to support temples for religious ceremonies. There's one near Mexico City, Teotihuacan. Chichen Itza. Chichen Itza is another one. I've heard of that one before. I think you can build that in Civilizations, the game. The Great Pyramid of Cholula, Puebla, located about 2 hours from Mexico City. And Palenque, Chiapas, deep in the jungle. This site is famous for the Temple of the Inscriptions. I'm sure they got them other places too, right? Here we go.
Great Pyramid in Kemet, built by our Black African ancestors.
Okay, let's be clear. Most African Americans or Black people up over here, their ancestry does not go to Eastern Africa. I'm talking about descendants of slaves. It doesn't go to East Africa. It goes to West Africa, Umar. Get it straight. And when they were building those pyramids, it's not like they called Africa, Africa. The ancient Kemites, they didn't say that they were African because African didn't exist. You goofy. But if you want to say your ancestors built something, that's fine. But understand that your ancestry, as it pertains to enslavement of Africans, that goes back to what? West Africa for most of us over here. Matter of fact, I have your family, when your daddy did that DNA test, and it didn't say nothing on there from what I remember. It didn't say nothing up there from East Africa. So stop. Now you're going to, and see, now I see why you were saying that you were descendant of Pharaoh Ramses, you goofy. He said that. He always trying to steal the accomplishments of other groups of people. Ain't got nothing to do with him and claiming that as his own. Maybe if you get and did some shit yourself that's significant, you wouldn't have to do all that. I ain't walking around, I built the pyramid. No, my ancestors built the pyramid. No, stop. It's not necessary. Let's go.
Before Islam, before Christianity, before all those religions, they built this as a temple of worship to the supreme God. Now,
yeah, he said it.
Because of the greatness of Kemet, and because of the greatness of Kush, and because of the greatness of all those early African civilizations, every other group recognizes the potential that is in African people. So they hate you for what you did. That's number one, for your past. They also hate you for your future. Because when they look at a LeBron James, when they look at a Tiger Woods, when they look at a Serena Williams, when they look at 16-year-old Black chess champions, when they look at 10 and 12-year-old Black children who are masters of science and technology, robotics and STEM, when they look at what we do today and they compare it to what we did thousands of years ago, they can clearly see that we are the chosen of God.
Here he go. Here he go. Let me just say something. There's all types of groups of people who have young people doing fantastic things. So stop, Umar. Okay, there's about 30 seconds left. Here we go.
Black people can reproduce themselves with any other group. No other group can reproduce themselves with an African.
Again, this is based upon social construct and the idea of blackness or even Africanness for that, if that makes sense, for that matter. We're all the same species, Umar. That's why race is a big problem, and not simply because of racism, but because the definitions that come out of race. That's the problem. But essentially, we're all the same people. And if you go back far enough, your greatest grandmama and your greatest grandpappy was the same no matter where you from. And that's the truth. Scientifically speaking. Now, you want to talk about socially, okay, we get into social constructs. I'm not into that shit.
Any child that comes out of a black woman is an African. Any child that comes from the seed.
No. In the United States of America, any child that come out from a black woman is not considered to be an African, you goofy. And this is based upon a social construct. Anyway.
Of a black man is an African. So to make a long story short, Baba David, they hate us because they know we are God's chosen people.
And there you have it. This guy be running, he be running his mouth. All right, thank you guys so much for tuning on in. We reached the goal for the likes. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I also want to thank the mods for handling business during this live stream. I don't plan on live streaming tomorrow, but there is a chance that I will. What I will be doing, though, I'll record the video tonight. I'll have a video up for members only. I found video evidence. Finally, I found video evidence from 2012, where Umar gives another grand opening date for September of 2013, which fills in the gap, because there was a gap for 2013. So he gave a grant. No, excuse me. He says 2014. So I can state now that Umar has given grand opening dates from 2013 all the way to 2027 each year. 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and now 2027. And sometime towards the end of this year or towards the beginning of next year, he's going to change it to 2028. But I'm going to do a video to break that particular segment down. It's going to be in a documentary too. I found it in my research. I'm about 30 minutes into the documentary, and I'll probably have an update for you guys on the weekend on when I'm going to premiere that. So thank you guys again. Thanks for all of the everyone who's been a member as well here on my YouTube page. Okay, and then also Jay Civic says, and they did it without PayPal donation. Yeah, they built the pyramids and all these great things. You know, these so-called your ancestors from Africa, even though they're from only East African. They did all this stuff, and they didn't have to ask for no PayPal or they didn't have to set up a GoFundMe, and they didn't have to ask for cash apps or checks or money orders to their PO box or raw cash. They didn't have to ask for any of that. Good point. All right. And the difference is they actually those people built something. Umar, you ain't built nothing. We got some trash bandos up there in Wilmington, Delaware. Not one black child has been educated. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on. If you sent in super chats or super stickers or anything else, thank you for the support. I humbly appreciate all of y'all's support. And if you enjoyed the show, you haven't hit that like button, go and hit that hit that like button. By the way, who do you want to win the NBA Finals? 60% said the Knicks, 40% said the Spurs. All right, I'm rooting for the Spurs. It's probably not going to happen because they're down 3-1 now. But I'm rooting for the Spurs, but I want the Knicks to win because that's going to be great for New York, and it's going to be great for the NBA for them to get a championship. All right, and then Wemby has plenty of time ahead of him. Okay, thank you guys again for tuning on in. I appreciate y'all's presence, and as we always do.
A message. Thank you, Sister Avanti, $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20, but thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
All right. Shout out to Black Morrow for the music, too. This was Next Time, Make It 20 from the album Scammer Visions, Bando Records.
I appreciate that $10 donation. I really do. But next time, make it 20.
Next time, make it 20.
She came up smiling after the program was through. Said, brother, here's $10, I'm supporting you. I looked at the queen and I nodded my head. Said, said, thank you, sister, then this is what I said.
Next time, make it 20.
Times are hard, I understand.
Let's
Everybody
go.
doing the best they can, but dreams this big take more than hope. We're trying to build, not barely cope. Everybody saying, we not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family.
Family.
We not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Next time, make it 20. If the blessings come your way, I appreciate the 10. But here's what I gotta say.
Yeah, Black Mario.
Next time, make it 20. Let the whole congregation see. We not fisking flat tires. We building institutions,
Don't
family. Hey. Oh, oh, oh,
y'all remember this?
Hey. People asking questions every single day.
Lord Umar, and
how you
can't remember her
gonna
name
build it? How you gonna pay? I say one donation, one dream at a time. Everybody pitching in to help us climb.
Thank y'all so
ain't
much.
About quick fixes. This ain't about little gimmicks. Trying to leave something standing tall for the next generation and all.
Yeah. Shout out to Black Mario. Thanks, Deshaun.
We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Oh, we not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Next time, make it 20.
Next time,
if
make
the
it 20.
Blessings come your way. I appreciate the 10. But here's what I gotta say. Next time, make it 20. Let the whole congregation see. We not fisking flat tires.
Here you go.
We building
Now, good night, SA Slate.
institutions,
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks, May Brown. Yeah, it's great. This is really good.
Institution builders. Yeah. What we doing?
There you go. Stop,
doing?
James.
We not fisking flat
James, you don't want all that drama. You don't want all that drama now.
We not selling water ices.
Yeah.
One more time. One more time. We doing it. We building institutions, family. Now everybody clap your hands. Left side sing. We not fisking flat tires. Right side sing. Right side sing. Everybody together. We building institutions.
A lady.
Family. Next time, make it 20. When prosperity comes through, I appreciate the 10. And I appreciate you too. Yeah. Next time, make it 20. That's the message for today. Yeah. We building institutions, family. And we're doing it all the way.
Salute, sir. Information man's in the building, y'all. Salute.
We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Yeah. We not fisking flat tires. We not selling water ices. We building institutions, family. Next time.
You guys. Yo, wow, kicker chat crazy.
20.
Yeah. You welcome, sir. James, every time I feel depressed, I watch kicker chat women. If I know you, listen, I'm married, so I can't say nothing, but it's true. I've known that for a long time. All right. We ain't gonna get to that right now. Okay, thank you guys for tuning on. I don't plan on live stream tomorrow, but there is a chance that I will. It just depends on how everything works out. But I will have a new video up for members only tomorrow. I found some footage most people, 99.9% of people have not seen. And I don't even know how I found it, but I found it. And I'm going to do a breakdown of that particular video. Thank you guys again. Also, again, thanks for everyone who sent in super chats, or if you sent in super stickers or anything else. Thank you for the support. I do not take it for granted. And you guys have blessed me so much. And I just want to express appreciation. I always do, and I always will. Yeah, I do not take it for granted. I don't take y'all for granted. And everyone who comes to and tunes in too. Thank you guys so much. Have a good time. And you guys added a lot to my life, and I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Okay, love y'all. Take care. See you tomorrow. No, let me not take that back. I may see you tomorrow. Okay, all right. Love y'all. Peace.